The things that irritate other people.
All right, let's see. Is this thing working? Yes. We even have no static for those. That seems to be working well. All right. So great to welcome you all back again. Oh, hi, Jason.
Don't say anything about it.
On channel. Let's see. Okay, so it is wonderful to welcome all of you back to our next session. I hope that you enjoyed lunch and were able to get some great conversation with people who you have not been able to catch up with in a long time. That's probably one of the most memorable parts of every meeting that we have is that lunch and the conversation. I certainly usually remember that. But luckily, in case you did not know, the papers that are presented are available on the website for you to read as the presenter is also reading. So in case you're like, man, I don't remember exactly what was it they said earlier, you could have highlighted that. So you can just go on the website, and unlike ASRS, you don't have a password first. So you can just click on to the paper title and instantly read along for clarity and that always special thing called footnotes. So along with that, I just wanted to take a moment as well to again express appreciation as we did this morning for our donors, both the Loma Linda Center for Christian Bioethics, as well as Spectrum Magazine for so generously helping to be a part of how these meetings are able to happen, as well as, of course, the many individual donors who have also contributed and are due paying members. Thank you for helping to make lunches, this room, these meetings possible. And it's deeply appreciated, especially people who prepay, because you let us know it's actually happening. And it doesn't have to feel like a game of limbo at the front entrance. So thank you. All right, with that said, I'm going to invite Rebecca to come up here and get us started with our next session.
All right, good afternoon. Thank you for coming back after lunch. We are going to get started with our first speaker here, Dr. Marina Garner, who has started the Society of Adventist Philosophers for many years now. We've appreciated her contributions, and especially this year. Dr. Marina Garner is the Assistant Professor of Ethics and Religion at Loma Linda University. She earned her MA in Philosophy of Religion at Trinity Evangelical Divinity School and a PhD in Religion at Boston University. Marina is the author of an upcoming book published by Routledge entitled Emotions of Self-Assessment in Aquinas and Al-Ghazali, Shame and Pride. She is married to pastor and biblical scholar Luis Gustavo Assis, and together they have 3 boys, Isaac, Thomas, and Samuel. So please give a warm welcome to Dr. Marina.
Hello, everyone. So I do not like decorating my house for Halloween. It's not that I morally condemn or otherwise project religious infidelity to those who do. Simply not where I wish to put my hard-earned money. My 7-year-old son, however, disagrees with my stance, to which I respond firmly but kindly. You can decorate your dwellings however which way you fancy on the happy occasion of your independence. In other words, not in those exact. But every year, this disagreement fuels his intense envy of our Halloween enthusiast neighbors who spare no money or electrical outlets during this season. What is it then that my son feels every time we walk by yet another lavishly decorated home? Envy. How do I know this is the emotion and not other negative emotions that might seem like a good fit? Jealousy, disappointment, or frustration. Because for him, the neighbors are the rivals. In comparison to the home of his house is clearly coming up short. Those houses have a prized good, which is he does not have, which make him feel inferior. These characteristics in philosophical prescribe the emotion of envy. Envy is characterized as an emotion with a three-party subject, which in the example is his son. The rival had lavish neighbors, and the good, pop-ups of zombies, nefarious-looking clowns, and Frankenstein spiders. However, this triadic structure is also present in the nature of its sibling emotion, jealousy. This shared characteristic is the main reason the two emotions are often used synonymously in common English parlance. The conflation of envy and jealousy is overtly clear in a quick analysis of the translations of Genesis chapter 30, in the narrative concerning Leah and Rachel. In Genesis 30, verse 1, Rachel is said to be harnessing negative feelings toward her sister Leah, given that while Leah has birthed several children, she has yet to be gifted with a child. Here, the noun used to portray this feeling is kina. And while the NIV, NLT, and NASB translate the term as Rachel feeling jealous of Leah, the KJV, NKJV, and ESV translate Rachel as envy her sister. According to Aaron Gwynn Villarreal, the term kina can be translated as envy, jealousy, or zeal. And quote, in many modern readings of kina, jealousy and envy are casually used as synonyms, while zeal is treated separately, end quote. Though in common parlance and in biblical translations, the two terms appear synonymously, the philosophical literature of emotions has made a categorical distinction between them. In this paper, I wish to apply this philosophical distinction to the story of Rachel and Leah. I posit that kina, in this context, is best translated as envy. This reading renders a broader analysis of envy's dependence on social authority, as it presupposes an external evaluative framework, the powerful influence of social groups and institutions over the practices, beliefs, and standards of the individuals within them. In the case of Rachel, it was not merely her sister's or her own standard of success that elicited the emotion of envy, but an institutionalized value system that set the standard of fertility as an emblem of social and familial success. So in this paper, I'm going to briefly delve into the use of the term kina in Hebrew, the Hebrew Bible, showing how the term has been understood by local scholars as an emotion of rivalry. And then in the second part, I'm going to expound the philosophical literature on envy and make a distinction between envy and jealousy. And finally, I'm going to observe how the story of Rachel and her envy teaches us things about social authority. Starting in Genesis chapter 29, we read the love story of Jacob and Rachel. Jacob falls in love with Rachel and works for 7 years for his father-in-law Laban to receive the permission to marry her. And famously, Jacob is betrayed by Laban, and on his wedding night, the newlywed finds out that he has been given Leah in marriage instead of Rachel. Thus begins the triadic nature of Jacob's family. Jacob is finally given Rachel's hand in marriage in exchange for another 7 years of work, and the text spares no space to inform us that the distribution of his love between the two wives is unequal. It states that Jacob's love for Rachel was greater than his love for Leah. The plot twist is that the loved wife is also the barren one, while the hated wife is fertile. The sibling rivalry between Rachel and Leah bleeds through the text, with Leah craving the emotional preference Rachel receives from their husband, and Rachel desperate for Leah's abundant fertility. Despite Rachel's higher position in the hierarchical order of their family, Leah is not the one who's said to be jealous, though she demonstrates the names she gives to her sons, the longing she has for her husband's preferential love. Instead, it is Rachel who is said to nurture kina toward Leah. From this feeling, she commands Jacob, "Give me children, or I will die." Genesis 30, verse 1. Thus commences a kinship contest, with each woman using their servants to bear more children. Leah desperately attempts to win over her husband's favor by bearing him 6 sons. And the fight eventually ceases when God, quote, remembers Rachel and opens her womb to conceive and birth Joseph, which in turn erases her shame before her family and her community. There's no lack of literature analyzing the expression kina with God as its subject. The jealous God theme has enticed and puzzled scholars and lay people like for centuries. However, very little is said about the human subjects who embody Kina. If Kina is a fundamental divine attribute or emotion, depending on one's view of divine immutability, then how can we not try to understand what it means when it originates in the human heart? I'm going to read this part, even though I said I wouldn't, because I helped run the show, so why not? The term Kina has often been portrayed by scholars not as a particular emotion, but to an intense sensation or feeling of ardor or excitement that is the result of or result in social conflicts within a community. Recent scholarship, however, has defied this broad reading of the term and argued that especially when humans are the agents, it refers specifically to an emotion of rivalry, akin to jealousy and envy in the English language. Despite the narrow rendering of the term, the semantic breadth of the root here in Hebrew is extensive enough to raise ambiguity in the process of translation. This is why when translating this term, scholars must rely much more on the textual context of the social dynamics at play than the meaning of the root in the wider canon. Given the ambiguity of this Hebrew term, it is the specific social dynamics which render different translations of Kina that we will focus our attention on this article. To analyze the social dynamics of this narrative more carefully, I will now transition to contemporary philosophical discussions on these emotions of rivalry. In the philosophical literature on envy and jealousy, the popular use of the terms as synonymous is lamented as a demonstration of a tragic lack of clarity and clear delineations of the internal workings of our emotions. The most straightforward distinction made between the emotions is the following. Jealousy is fundamentally about loss, whereas envy is fundamentally about lack. In other words, jealousy is elicited when one loses or is in fear of losing a beloved good to a rival, while envy is elicited when one lacks a beloved good possessed by a rival. Another crucial distinction is that one feels jealousy toward beloved goods that are perceived as rightfully theirs, while the envious sees the rival as possessing a good that they want. This in part explains why we are much more prone to thinking of jealousy as generally justifiable, while viewing envy in a much more negative valence. It seems plausible, at least at first glance, to view the biblical narrative of Rachel and Leah as referring to either one of these emotions of rivalry. After all, Rachel's feelings of Kina might be directed toward Leah because she understands her sister to be attaining their husband's attention and affection with each son born, and thus Rachel's concern would be the loss of her husband's love, which preeminently belongs to her. If this is the case, the emotion in question might be jealousy. On the other hand, if Rachel's Kina is directed toward Leah because in comparison to her sister's fertility, she poignantly perceives her lack and thus her inferiority, then the appropriate translation for Kina might be envy. The question then becomes, what is being valued in this narrative? Is the locus of Rachel's concern the loss of Jacob's devotion or the lack of children? I posit that Kina is best translated as envy in the context of Genesis 30:1, and I do so for three main reasons. First, the locus of concern of the narrative is not the competition over marital hierarchy, but the ability to bear children. Number two, envy has to do with replicable objects, of which children in general are an example. And number three, envy has to do with a belief of undeserved inferiority, Rachel's infertility being a prime example. Okay, so first, the locus of concern of the narrative is not competition over marital hierarchy, but the ability to bear children. In the culture surrounding the patriarchs, polygamy was a common arrangement, and there were clear boundaries surrounding the rights and obligations of the first versus the second wife, as well as the loved wife and the so-called hated wife. Leah was the first wife, which should have resulted in certain privileges according to the expectations in broader society. Realistically, however, Leah is a secondary first wife, while Rachel is a primary second wife. That is, Rachel has been given the position of chief wife, which includes her prerogative over the marital bed and enhanced protection. Despite being the second to marry Jacob and the last to bear a child. Though chapter 29 ends with Leah already having given Jacob 3 sons, throughout chapter 30, Rachel has not lost her position as preferred wife. Therefore, Rachel's emotional response does not seem to be the result of a possible loss of her position as quote unquote loved and thus chief wife, but of her lack of children and consequent inability to observe the social mores of her community. According to Ben Zywietz, in cases of envy, the subject's position is low compared to a specific person who is close enough to our position in society and within a specific domain, particularly relevant to the subject's self-evaluation. This is obviously true about Rachel, right? She's close enough to Leah in her social and familial position, her age, gender, marriage, opportunities, domain, etc., and values childbearing as part of her self-evaluation. That childbearing is essential to Rachel's sense of self is evident within the context of ancient Near East, and specifically the Hebrew Bible, where childbearing secured financial wellness to the family and social worth for the woman. Rachel's threats to her husband that she would rather die than be deprived of children emphasizes the value women accrue from bearing a child. Not only has she already lost the race for the birthright of her descendant, but she's at risk of losing her ability to contribute to family structure and to her community. Therefore, in no small terms, Leah's fertility was an existential, familial, and social threat to Rachel. The second reason I interpret Rachel's kina is envy is because envy is attributable to replicable objects, while jealousy is generally felt toward beloved goods that are unique. Once again, jealousy would make total sense as a proper translation of Rachel's emotion here if she were protecting a limited beloved good, such as Jacob's affection or his determination of the preferred wife. After all, by definition, there can only be one preferred wife. Children, on the other hand, are objects of desire that, though they cannot be individually replicated, are replicable. Bearing a child is not a zero-sum game, such as winning a race or an election. Leah's gain does not result in Rachel's loss, as is the case with the competition for marital privileges. Finally, it is characteristic of envy that one feel that their inferiority is undeserved. Ben Zywietz has refuted the idea that one must feel that the beloved good belonging to the rival is undeserved, but the feeling of undeserved inferiority of the subject is essential to envy. In Rachel's case, there is no suggestion in the text that she perceived her barrenness as a result of anything that she had done. On the other hand, the fact that it highlights the disproportionate amount of love Rachel received in comparison to Leah, and the disproportionate amount of children Leah receives in comparison to Rachel, might be a window into Rachel's understanding of her infertility as ultimately unjust. Leah's fertility only serves to exacerbate her own lack thereof, and thus Leah is the perfect target for Rachel's adversarious feelings of inferiority. This point is particularly salient in the name Rachel gives her first biological son, Joseph, which she assigns the meaning, "May the Lord add to me another son." The scoreboard is still tilted toward Leah, so Rachel's desire for superiority continues to be unsatiated. Using the philosophical analyses of emotions of rivalry, I have so far argued that envy seems to be the best translation of kina in the context of Rachel's sentiments toward her sister Leah. But how can these musings enlighten our understanding of social authority and the values that we exhibit through the emotion of envy? As we saw, the context for the kina mentioned in Genesis 30 includes not only the particulars of that narrative, but also the social norms concerning the status of primary and secondary wives in the ancient Near East, the issue of fertility and barrenness in the social context of patriarchal societies, and the sibling rivalry in relation to God's covenant. In the case of Rachel, it is not an understatement to affirm that these social norms underpin the value she gives to fertility and the consequent rivalry with her sister. What then can the case of Rachel's envy contribute to our understanding of the emotion of envy and the authority of social mores? First, I think it helps us to locate our own envy within the context of the social expectations of our time. Yes, envy is a subjective experience that reveals what we care about, but it is also the reflection of the authority of our social setting that the social setting has over our desires and values. It's not simply the case of, quote, "tell me what you envy and I will tell you what you care about." but also tell me what you envy and I will tell you what the social conventions of your time are. Social authority is not simply a matter of consensus or power, but of legitimacy created through tradition, social benefit, and scriptural hermeneutics. Of course, not all of the goods valued in the emotion of envy are socially constructed goods, as is obvious in the case of envy of someone's health or one's sense of the presence of God, which we could argue are basic goods that know no historical boundaries. However, anecdotally, it seems envy is most pervasive when the beloved object has profound ramifications in one's standing in the community. While Rachel's envy points to this reality, it also encourages us to constantly evaluate the social mores that are underlying our feelings of envy and whether they are or should be, in fact, defining our sense of self-worth. Second, it helps us understand the importance of diversifying value domains, allowing for more than one domain to provide sense of self-worth. Not all matriarchs in the biblical narratives are portrayed as yearning for children in the same way that Rachel and Hannah do. Perhaps this is the result of unintentional or unintentional silencing of the voices of barren women, such as Sarah and Rebecca, but perhaps it portrays different attitudes toward the social authority of their time. This contrast helps highlight the fact that it is possible to circumvent envy's often debilitating effects by diversifying our valued domains despite the crushing pressures of social authority. Third, it helps us appreciate the moral relevance of envy in society. Was Rachel's envy likely painful? Undoubtedly, to the point that she was willing to die because of it. But was it a key catalyst for her proactiveness to take matters into her own hands to diminish and even eliminate the disparities between herself and her sister, thus carving out her spot in the patriarchal lineage of the people of Israel? Again, undoubtedly. Envy, though an aversive, negative emotion, contains crucial elements that may promote moral and social development. Paramount among which is the element of comparison. Social comparison is not only an automatic feature of human cognition, but also a key activity in the protection of our self-esteem and journey toward moral improvement and social fitness. This perspective on the positive side of this taboo emotion allows for a more generous interpretation of my son's envy of Halloween decorations. Rather than showing me his ghoulish tendencies and highlighting his proneness to unhealthy competition, it may be an invitation to see my son as wanting to fit into the social group and thus be a valuable participant in broader society.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for Dr.? Yeah.
I don't quite remember if there is anything included in the story of Jacob, but in the story of Hannah, Elkanah repeatedly, it seems, tells her that she is worth just as much to him if she has no children as she is as she would be if she had children. So, from a pastoral perspective, maybe, or a psychological perspective, what can other people do to counteract the social pressures that cause envy to go to sometimes maybe an unhelpful degree?
Yes, funny you mentioned Hannah. I have a footnote just dedicated to Hannah because I think it's just such a fascinating contrast between Rachel and Hannah. So they're parallel in so many respects. Obviously, they're both barren. They both have rival wives, and they are both given preferential treatment despite being barren. And in Hannah's case in particular, Elkanah's like, "Am I not enough? You need children, right?" But their reaction to their reality is different. So the text informs us that Rachel feels envy and Hannah feels sadness. So there is no kinah in Hannah's story. And their action afterwards is also significantly different, right? Rachel goes ahead and she solves the problem. which many of our matriarchs do. Here's my servant, go ahead and have children with her, and they'll be my children. Hannah doesn't do that. Hannah goes and she prays. And so I have this whole sermon on like how you can have different perspectives to the same reality, despite having plenty of material to feel in, right? So the social comparison is going to exist always, always, always. But our reaction to it can be sadness and proactiveness and trying to do something about it. And in our spiritual context, go to God instead of trying to find ways to do it by yourself. And the other way that I talked about trying to curtail sort of envy as part of our emotional repertoire is having this varied value system in which you find diverse ways to feel a sense of self-worth. And that way in which you're comparing to that person is one way that you might find self-worth, but you then divert your attention from that valued beloved good to other valued beloved goods that you do have and that you don't lack, and that don't give you a sense that you lack self because you don't have that value.
And Dr. Walker.
Thank you for this illuminating study of a passage in Genesis. You delved into etymology, into exegesis, into psychosocial analysis, and then application. We know from our archaeology friends that this is probably a construct that was done by bright Israeli scholars 2,500, 2,600 years ago. It's an illuminating story, as you say. What sort of authority should that have in our lives, would you suggest?
The narrative?
Yeah, the narrative, yeah, the narrative and your unpacking of the narrative.
So I think twofold response to that question. First of all, I don't bring the narrative up as a sense, as authoritative in like an ethical normative sense of just like, this is how we should or should not behave. I use it as a case study. That's something that I often like to do, was using sort of biblical narratives as a case study of something that I'm interested and curious about. And so I think the biblical narratives are just rich in material to enlighten our own experiences. And because I at least take it as authoritative in a religious and spiritual sense, I think it's a wonderful source for material to work with, especially because it's a world that is so distant from our own, culturally speaking, but that we can, I think, with the right tools, apply to our reality, which is what I tried to do in the last part of the paper. That was one sense I was thinking about the authority of the text, and then the other one.
Thank you for the fascinating paper. You talked about how one could use it to assess social conventions or social mores. What is the text? What is the social judgment on Rachel and Leah? What does the text tell us? Because on the one hand, you've got Rachel being figured very much as the favorite and the one who Jacob actually loved. But against that, there seems to be an undercurrent of sympathy for Leah, who is unloved. And ultimately in the text, Leah is the winner because she's the ancestress of Jesus, and Rachel, who is the favored one, isn't. So what can we deduce about what the text is telling us as to what is going on socially?
That's a great question. So, I mean, what the text is actually trying to portray in in portraying Rachel in this way, having this emotional reaction. I can't say exactly. I was talking to a colleague of mine who's a biblical scholar and running through this argument with her, and she asked what biblical scholars love to ask, how does this change our reading of it? And I have a footnote about this as well, footnote 29. And it is in my understanding, of course, this is an explanation of how that text changes our reading of the text, not what is actually the author is trying to portray. But I think if we translate Hina here as envy and not jealousy, we tend to have a more negative portrayal of Rachel and what she's doing there. And I suspect that the biblical author would be fine with that, and that is actually what the biblical author is trying to portray Rachel as not in a great like moral standing, and especially right if we contrast that with the story of Hannah. And that's because when we hear envy and when we say the word envy, we tend to denote much more negativity to that emotion than we do jealousy. And I say this in the paper, jealousy, we tend to think, in most cases, jealousy is sort of justifiable because you have this perception that you are losing something that is, you think at least, you perceive as rightfully yours, right? In that relationships, things or whatever, your position or something like that, right? Whereas envy has a much more negative connotation because we see someone else having something we want. And oftentimes there is a kind of envy that actually wants it in order for the rival not to have it, which I don't think is the case for Rachel. I think she has emulative envy, which is the envy that in which you want to level up so that you can sort of level with your rival, not necessarily take something from your rival. So I think if we translate, when we read the text of Genesis 30 verse 1, where the translation is envy, I think we have gut reaction that is much more negative toward Rachel. That if we read jealousy, we would think, she's jealous because she should be the only wife, but she has this other wife who shouldn't be there in the first place, just because of the conventions of the time that she or at least of that family that she's there. So I think, and I think that negative portrayal of Rachel is justified throughout the chapter. Because of the way she treats Leah and the way she manipulates different situations there. I think, and then later on in other stories, she's going to be manipulative. She's going to steal stuff. So there's all these things. So I think the translation of envy also helps us to be in touch with what the author was trying to portray as Rachel in a negative light. Any other questions? Yes.
This would be in the application. And do you think that envy plays a role in the judgment of income inequality as a social pathology?
Yes. And I would direct you to a great piece called Envy and Inequality. I think it was Ben Zeev. In which there is a debate in the philosophical literature whether envy is almost entirely about inequality. It tries to subvert inequality or correct inequality. And there are, but there are other philosophers with whom I agree that think that might be the case with some versions of envy or some feelings of envy, but not others, exactly for the reason I was talking about. There is envy that encourages us to level up instead of leveling down the rival. And even though that's sort of an equalizing sort of inequality, there is a sense in which it really doesn't matter what your rival would have at the end, as long as you have X. You don't need to have X and X. You can have like half X or something like that. If that makes sense. So I think envy is definitely involved in issues of social inequality, and in many cases, I think it's the catalyst of change to achieve better equality, more equality.
All right, we'll take Dr. Dupont and then we'll wrap up here.
Thank you so much. I love your paper so much. It was also pastoral, wasn't it? So I love it when something academic also reaches my soul. So thank you. I just have a comment. I love your contrast between Rachel and Hannah, and it's helping me because the of course, kina, right, is from the root kana, which also means to grab, right? So there's an element of I'm going to do it on my own. I'm going to get it, right? Which is what Rachel ends up doing. Whereas I love with Hannah, she simply positions herself to receive. And I think there's a whole theology in the book of Genesis of grasping versus receiving, but then you're showing that thread really nicely. So I want to thank you for that. Thank you.
Yeah, that's very beautiful. And also what's very beautiful about the contrast with Rachel and Hannah is Hannah receives and she asks to receive, but then she gives, right? Whereas Rachel, she gets, and then she gets Joseph and she says, I want one more. She just wants more. And so that's the risk of envy, is when even if you're leveling up because you're feeling envy and you want to level up and do better, there is a sense of unsatiability that comes from the text and that we don't see in Hannah.
Well, thank you very much. Our next presenter will be Valentin Zywietz, who was born and raised in Germany. He studied theology from 2010 to 2016 in Bogenhofen, Austria, and at Andrews University, which is where we were class together. We met, then worked as a local pastor in Mountain from 2016 to 2023, where he also met his current wife, Kirsten, and is currently pursuing a PhD in systematic theology focused on the topic of conspiracy theories in the Adventist Church. So please welcome Valentin.
Unfortunately, there will not be very many examples, in case that's what we're waiting for. Conspiracy theories as a topic of conversation, as a subject of study, as a phenomenon broadly discussed, have garnered a lot of attention in recent decades. I myself have come to study conspiracy theories from my time as a district pastor in Austria, especially from 2019 to 2022, due to the COVID-19 pandemic or pandemic, as some of my constituents would probably refer to. Clearly, many commentators today believe that conspiracy theories pose a significant problem for society, and I tend to agree. Furthermore, I think that it is quite interesting how conspiracy theories and faith mix, especially in the Seventh-day Adventist Church, the community in which I've grown up and which I serve. The goal of my study for this article was to identify reasons why belief in conspiracy theories persists and why it may be particularly effective to religious believers, especially within my own faith tradition. But what are conspiracy theories? It may be viewed as a futile exercise to define a word that is in common use and has already taken on a fixed connotation. I have nevertheless chosen to develop a definition in order to clarify what kind of thing I speak about when I use the word conspiracy theory. As such, the primary value of my definition does not lie in describing how the term is currently used, but in delineating the object of my study. The challenge I have set for myself, though, is to describe conspiracy theories in a way that allows both believers and unbelievers in conspiracy allegations to discuss them within the same category as a conspiracy theory. To do so, I must avoid calling conspiracy theories false or epistemically deficient per se. Otherwise, the discussion will inevitably move away from the question, is this conspiracy theory true? To, is this really a conspiracy theory, given that I believe it to be true?
Mm.
In doing so, I'm following the particularist view of conspiracy theories advocated, for example, by Matthew R. Dentive and Brian Healy and many others. Actually, it's the dominant view on conspiracy theories in current scholarship, as far as I can see. According to this view, conspiracy theories cannot be judged a priori. Instead, each must be evaluated on its merits. In consequence, it should be normal to think of the possibility of true conspiracy theories. This runs counter to popular usage, but I believe it is justified by the prevalence of actual conspiracies in human history and the necessity to discuss them despite their initial uncertainty. Apart from the value this may provide for the conversation with those who hold conspiracy beliefs, it is often, though not always, the case that conspiracy theories challenge authority and the existing status quo. When people make conspiracies among the powerful responsible for why society does not function to the benefit of all, clearly they are not always wrong. Discussing conspiracy theories in a more neutral manner may benefit conversations about power, authority, and abuse in general. I have separated my definition into two distinct parts that define the content and the reception of speech that falls into the category of conspiracy theories. The content of speech I define as follows. A conspiracy theory is an explanation for an event or development of general public interest that cites as its primary cause the secret and morally reprehensible coordination of two or more persons toward the accomplishment of a goal. I will not go into detail in this talk. I have it in there, though. You can read it, and you can ask me about it as well later if you want to. Having defined the content of conspiracy theories, the conspiracy, the theory part, generally serves to describe the epistemic status of the alleged conspiracy as unsettled. This uncertainty is not an attribute of the alleged conspiracy itself, but of its reception. I therefore suggest the following second part of my definition as follows. As far as the reception of speech is concerned, furthermore, its truth value remains contested. By that I mean it is neither believed by all nor disbelieved by all. A portion of the population resists this explanation. The believer, the agnostic, and the opponent of the explanation in question can all agree that this is so. This also means that over time a conspiracy theory may be confirmed and resistance against it may collapse as the general public comes to accept its veracity. Crucially, this does not necessarily mean that it is true. It just means that a consensus has been achieved. But is this enough to delimit the category? I am open to discussion on this point, since the current form of the definition is open to some awkwardness. Most people in the United States, for example, including social institutions, widely accepted as epistemic authorities, believe that the terrorist attacks of 9/11 2001 were the result of a conspiracy led by Osama bin Laden. However, this explanation is contested by a significant minority who believe, for example, that the Bush administration is to blame. Is the official explanation of 9/11 a conspiracy theory? If so, I would believe it. It would be tempting to relieve this tension by following David Cody, who suggests that conspiracy theories generally challenge the official version of events. However, it is entirely possible that it has happened that conspiracy theories, whether true or false, have been adopted as official narrative. Therefore, this can only serve as a general observation, not as part of the definition. The difficulty that the 9/11 example presents persists only if we have not yet internalized the possibility that a conspiracy theory can be true, and that we can therefore be justified in believing and defending. It might be useful to further define how significant a minority has to be in order to cause a majority belief to be regarded as a conspiracy theory, though. I don't yet know how that would work, though. To summarize, I will reiterate the full definition before proceeding to relate conspiracy theories and belief in them to the notion of epistemic authority as discussed by Linda Trinkhaus-Zalewski. The conspiracy theory is an explanation for an event or development of public interest that cites as its primary cause the secret and morally reprehensible coordination of two or more persons toward the accomplishment of a goal. Furthermore, its truth value remains contested. I have not concluded included a particular relationship between a conspiracy theory and epistemic authority in my definition. Even though Shinsky, Cody, and others are correct in stating that conspiracy theories typically stand in opposition to appropriate epistemic authorities, by which they mean social institutions, such as the justice system, universities, or the media. There are two reasons for this decision. First, I find it possible to imagine every kind of relationship between a conspiracy theory and the kind of epistemic authorities Shinsky has in mind, even if I were to define conspiracy theories as a priori as false. Following Zagzebski, epistemic authority is not limited to social institutions, but plays a fundamental role in the interpersonal processes leading to belief in general. The work of Zagzebski, especially in her 2012 book Epistemic Authority, aims to defend the traditional stance that we ought to take certain persons and communities as epistemic authorities. She develops this thought entirely from the standpoint of the self, so she does not really speak about the question of whether there should be epistemic authorities that are allowed to force belief in others. Of course, the question whether it's possible to force belief is contested itself, but she mostly speaks about the question whether we are justified in taking epistemic authority as the source of our belief. She reacts to what she perceives as an undue rejection of epistemic authority, which began during the Protestant Reformation and is rooted in the modern values of egalitarianism and autonomy. She does not reject these values, but justifies epistemic authority in relation to them. Zagzebski begins with the most foundational question, whether we can trust our own epistemic faculties. She argues that we have a natural pre-reflective desire to learn, to find correct answers to questions that arise from various circumstances. In our pre-reflective state, before we have questioned what seems to come to us naturally, we hold as self-evident that our epistemic faculties are appropriate instruments for arriving at true belief. However, once we find reason to question this assumption, for example, because we find ourselves in error, we find out that what we actually do is to have trust in that relationship. Trust is required because there is no non-circular way to tell that our belief-forming faculties are reliable as a whole. I have spoken so far about the desire for true belief, but Zagzebski also acknowledges that many contemporary philosophers distrust the notion of truth as something that can be found. Therefore, Zagzebski modifies the model to express the desire for true belief as the desire to produce a more harmonious self, a self without contradictions or dissonance. In her more advanced theses, Zagzebski therefore avoids grounding her justification solely on whether a specific approach likely leads to true belief, but instead chooses to emphasize whether it is more likely to lead to stable belief. Ultimately, the test of whether a state fits its object is that it fits one's other states, not just in the present, but in the future. The quest for the harmonious self thus becomes a placeholder for the quest for truth, because while the self is able to assess the harmony of its part, it is limited in assessing whether what it believes is objective truth. However, Zagzebski argues further, if I can have trust in my own epistemic faculties to aid me in finding such a stable set of beliefs that fit their objects and each other, and if I accept the principle that like things should be treated alike, it seems as though I should have general trust in the epistemic faculties of others as well. Thus, the egalitarianism that has fueled the declining acceptance of epistemic authorities since the Protestant Reformation, at least in the view of Zagzebski, and throughout the modern era, ironically, also serves as a starting point for a justification of epistemic authority. The general trust in the epistemic faculties of others can take the form of admiration, once I recognize that another person, a community, or a community consistently outperforms me in arriving at true beliefs or beliefs that seem to survive future conscientious self-reflection. For this case, Zagzebski formulates the following thesis. The authority of another person's belief for me is justified by my conscientious judgment that I am more likely to form a belief that survives my conscientious self-reflection if I believe what the authority believes than if I try to figure out what to believe myself. Given this interpretation of egalitarianism, Zagzebski finds it difficult to contend that one's own epistemic faculties should be privileged over others, a position that she associates with epistemic autonomy. Zagzebski theorizes that the rise of autonomy as a value is a cause of the rise of distrust in religious epistemic authorities during the Protestant Reformation. I personally think this might reverse the order of causality. It seems possible instead that the realization that certain epistemic authorities were less trustworthy than they had claimed for themselves triggered the higher valuation of epistemic autonomy in defense against perceived epistemic oppression. She defines epistemic oppression in a way that is consistent with this use of the word. Viewed in this way, it stands to reason that the conflict between epistemic egalitarianism and epistemic autonomy only exists in the sense that they are both appropriate reactions to different circumstances. In a free epistemic environment, egalitarianism and its implications for the acceptance of epistemic authority is the most efficient way to true belief, but in a context of epistemic oppression, epistemic autonomy is more beneficial. The way Zagzebski treats this conflict makes it seem at times that autonomy is an obstacle to the best epistemic practices rather than a supporting principle, which I think may be a missed opportunity. Nevertheless, Zagzebski does see some differences between evidence for beliefs supplied by our own epistemic faculties and those of others. Our own trust in our epistemic faculties, for example, is something we can communicate, but cannot be experienced by others. Zagzebski calls this kind of evidence deliberative as opposed to theoretical evidence that can be fully shared. Deliberative evidence, crucially, can function as a defeater for beliefs that are recommended to us based on theoretical evidence, as will be important shortly. Zagzebski's defense of epistemic authority in general justifies accepting social institutions such as those mentioned by Oshinsky and Parent as epistemic authorities, but is not limited to them. Rather, it provides justification for taking anyone as an authority who we expect to provide us with beliefs that will survive future self-reflection. However, what we expect to survive future self-reflection is also influenced by the beliefs we currently hold, including those based on deliberative evidence. Egalitarianism works both ways. Religious believers in particular often rely on their personal experiences to bolster their particular religious beliefs. Furthermore, as mentioned above, this kind of deliberative evidence may serve as a defeater for much of the theoretical evidence that might speak against their beliefs. And there are, of course, events or developments that may disturb the harmony of the self of the believer or provide reason to doubt the veracity of one's belief. For example, especially relevant for Seventh-day Adventists as a religious epistemic community, is the observation that certain developments in the world do not currently fulfill eschatological expectations. While Adventists believe in the near coming of the Lord, many of them, including most theologians, are content to let the events they expect for the future unfold at their own pace. Though they may speculate about possible avenues of fulfillment, they are accepting a degree of tension in the self. However, some conspiracy theories offer even these for this tension. The treatment of Revelation 17, verses 12 to 13 by Walter Veit, probably the most recognized Adventist expositor of conspiracies, will serve to illustrate this point. The text reads, "The 10 horns which you saw are 10 kings who have received no kingdom as yet, but they receive authority for 1 hour as kings with the beast. These are of one mind, and they will give their power and authority to the beast." Adventist interpreters have generally understood the 10 kings to represent a worldwide end-time alliance against God and his people. Given the state of political affairs over the last couple of decades, it may seem strange to believe such a thing or to discuss it in public. This potentially disrupts the harmony of the self. The solution Veit offers for this dissonance I just described employs the following line of argument. While it seems that the world is indeed full of conflict, there are initiatives that appear to transfer some national powers to international agencies, thereby having a unifying effect. Since the Bible states that the kings of the world, identified as nation-states and their leaders, will give their power to the beast, somewhat carelessly identified with the papacy, any transfer of power away from nation-states must therefore be in favor of the papacy. And if this connection is not clearly recognizable, it is because it has been hidden deliberately. I have put the exchange that Butterfly has with Martin Smith, on which I paste this example in the footnotes if you want to read it. While the validity of this argument is questionable, if it is accepted, it effectively addresses the tension I have described above. Since Phi brings harmony to the self of his listeners, he fulfills a natural desire in them and implicitly recommends himself to them as an epistemic authority. The audience, by following this recommendation, acts epistemically justifiable on a prima facie basis without considering any potential defeaters. This experience can be repeated and will establish a positive track record for the epistemic authority based on the perceived increase in harmony within itself. It is possible, of course, to challenge the reliability of an epistemic authority that is accepted based on this process. However, if such a challenge is made, restructuring the self to exclude the epistemic authority can be an arduous process. My trust in my own epistemic faculties, including those that were used to choose the epistemic authority, constitutes a deliberative reason, which may just be enough to defeat most theoretical reasons presented to me. Furthermore, until I identify the reason why I make a false decision and correct the factors that led me to do so, that I will not make the same mistake again, disharmony will persist. This situation is further exacerbated if I believe that deliberative and theoretical reasons supporting my religious beliefs in general are tied to the continued acceptance of that epistemic authority. Based on Zywiecz's account of epistemic authority and based on the fact that conspiracies are a fixture of human society in reality, beliefs and conspiracy theories, the kind that we find problematic, can be described as a runaway application of normal epistemic mechanisms, particularly in the context of being a member of a religious epistemic community that holds many minority beliefs. There is a prima facie justification for every single step, and as long as the conspiracy theory is accepted entirely and consistently, it will have the appearance of pleading the quest for the harmonious self. One motivation for the acceptance of conspiracy theories among Adventists is that they serve as a general defeater for accepting beliefs held by large groups and the epistemic authorities they rely on. If segments of Adventism and other minority epistemic communities are dissatisfied with the use of conspiracy theories in this way, I would suggest the following three emphases. First, increase efforts to fulfill the desire for the harmony of the self by providing sufficient defeaters for accepting the majority belief in areas critical to the epistemic community. Second, provide defeaters for epistemic authorities that are accepted based on the track record of bringing harmony to the self by means of conspiracy theories. And third, clearly delimit the scope of the modifications to religious belief that becomes necessary if these defeaters are accepted, by showing that the core eschatological beliefs of a group can survive conscientious self-reflection even in the absence of conspiracy theories.
Very good.
Thank you very much, Valentin. Do you have any questions? Please be aware that you reference any specific conspiracy theories at your own risk.
So I'm wondering if maybe another paradigm or way of thinking about it. Okay. Yeah, I'm wondering if instead of thinking of conspiracy theories as being in continuity with sort of general epistemic features, I'm wondering if we thought of it instead as being Gnostic, like using the paradigm of gnosis, a different kind of knowledge. You know, instead of episteme, if we go back to like those Greek words, because they distinguish between these forms of knowledge, and it seems to me like conspiracy theory has a lot in common with Gnosticism now.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I think Gnosticism is a remarkably good parallel to conspiracy theories, especially in the Adventist context. You can approach this topic from many different directions, obviously. One of the important teachings of Gnosis is that secret knowledge leads to salvation. And this is basically the gist of conspiracy theories in Adventism as well. We don't have a soul journey, but we have the end times. So what the soul journey is for the Gnostic are the end times for the Adventist, because the conspiracy theory basically claims that if you know all these hidden truths, then you will be able to navigate the treacherous epistemic landscape of the end times, and this will help you to be saved. I'm not aware of any mainstream conspiracy theorists in Adventism that would claim that people need to know what they know in order to be safe, period. But they all insinuate strongly that it will help.
Any other questions?
Thank you very much. This really hit a nose for me, because also in the Netherlands, this is really a big issue. So I'm wondering, do you have any maybe also practical advice? Suppose I have a new member in my church, maybe even 5, came to my church through all 5, I'm not kidding you. What would you recommend me to do in terms of epistemic practices? Could I model perhaps certain practices? How can the community help to model different epistemic practices that may provide an alternative so that they can find a remedy to the self without recourse to these forms of healing?
And an unrelated follow-up, are you looking at seminars at said churches?
Unfortunately, I have not yet been able to identify a particular strategy that generally works to convince people that the conspiracy theories they believe are not true. The things I have said in this paper in the end go 2 ways, basically. Make sure that the church members know they don't lose a lot when they come to reject these conspiracy theories, and at the same time, make sure that you provide them with evidence that, I mean, this evidence doesn't have to be presented all the time, but from the books I've read and the studies they cite, the most success in reversing conspiracy belief is when this conspiracy belief, when opposing views are presented constantly. So it doesn't help to refute something once. It would have to be refuted with the same volume of material as it has first been accepted. At least, I mean, that is what I think is most probably the case. So when I talk to you as my colleagues, I also want to encourage you to make this issue a top priority for you, because conspiracy theories are very widely accepted among Adventists, and I think generally they represent a problem. Of course, not every conspiracy theory is false, as I've said. The particular kind of conspiracy theories that I'm concerned with, and that are very common among Adventists, some authors would call global conspiracies or super conspiracies, something that connects the entire history together. What was called by Popper the conspiracy theory of society, and I think this is the problematic kind. Yeah. I forgot where I was going with that. Maybe I already finished.
I love that.
Thanks, Valentin, for a really interesting paper. Your paper suggested to me 2 classic conspiracy theories that played a role in evidence politics.
Can you ask my friend?
One is 1998. Oh, is that not good? Yeah, two classic conspiracy theories that
It is not the position. It is random,
Yeah.
as far as I can tell.
random. Okay, I'll try and talk loud.
It's a conspiracy.
One in 1888, where with the theory that the Californian theologians were out to impose a new theology on the church. And then another one in 1901 where there was a theory that Daniels and Willie White, and both theories involved Ellen White, were she was going to
Let me try raising the speaker.
and take over the control of the church and represent Helen.
Just ask.
I didn't catch
There
that.
might be something.
There's a theory in
It's a
one
message.
that Ellen White and Willie White and Daniels were going to put
Does the
Kellogg
speaker need to-
out of his role.
Does it?
This was theories involved in.
I could walk around with it and see if it gets a different result, you know? Does it think that so maybe it's wireless, right? So just move it around.
If you're giving any consideration to those two classic theories in Adventist history, with regard to the social context.
Hopefully you're able to catch some of that.
So let me try to say what I understood, and you tell me if that's what you mean. There are two conspiracy theories that involve Adventist leadership to push out Kellogg, one of them, and the other to change theology. I'm not personally aware of these particular ones. I am aware of theories about Adventists being involved in hidden efforts to change theology in general, yes. Those seem to be rather small scale. So my paper would suggest they should be evaluated according to their merits. And unfortunately, I do not know what their merits and demerits are at this moment.
All right, and one last question. Yes. Oh. Giving it away to you. Would you like?
Well, that probably was a bad choice to refer to me. So I recall when my wife went to work for the Northern Trust Company in Chicago, fresh out of college, that she came home one day and she says, you know, all those conspiracy ideas that we had about, you know, these insidious forces that are doing things that are socially detrimental, she says, I don't believe any of them. Two people at the bank can't work together on anything.
We'll reward your generosity with the last question here.
Do you think in your studies you find a correlation with the present society that we have with post-truth, postmodernism, and the creation of, let's say, algorithm where each person receives personalized information of what I want? Do you see an increase of those types of theories inside of our church?
For the first remark, this is precisely one of the first rebuttals to conspiracy theories in general, which is the one by Karl Popper, who said that sure, conspiracies happen, but most of the time conspiracies do not have the desired effect, at least not in full. So to have the idea that society in general is guided by conspiracy theories that are like so successful that you can really attribute all of the developments in society to successful conspiracy theories would be ludicrous. The second question, it is still a scholarly debate, as far as I can tell, whether the internet actually has a measurable effect in speeding up conspiracy theories and the spread of conspiracy theories. I mean, intuitively, I would say yes, sure. But they have been around before that. And if you go back in history, the first large-scale conspiracy theories came up after the French Revolution to explain those as the machinations of the Illuminati and the Freemasons. Which, by the way, has some merit, but many Freemasons also were killed in the French Revolution. So again, about the non-desired effects of conspiracies in general. It is also an interesting question whether postmodernism plays a role in this. Postmodernism as I mostly associate postmodernism, and of course it's a term that's difficult to define. I mostly associated with the collapse of a shared narrative. Of course, the question whether there really ever was a shared narrative is not easy to answer, but it is certainly the case that we have a diversification in the kinds of opinion that are voiced a lot. And so postmodernism may play a role in explaining that. On the other hand, it has always struck me as somewhat counterintuitive to this explanation that many people who believe conspiracy theories are decidedly not postmodern or even very publicly opposed to everything that they perceive as postmodern. So if the postmodern turn has enabled the spread of conspiracy theories, it has probably done so among people who do not ascribe to postmodern ideas, which is possible, of course, but I'm not sure about it. So it's a very good question, and it's one that does not fully fall in the scope of my dissertation, probably, but is debated. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, well, that was. And I'm sure you can continue spirited conversations on this topic in the hallways afterward. All right, our next presenter will be Dr. Ron Osborn from Lafayette University. He's a professor of ethics and philosophy. Let me try that again. Dr. Ron Osborn is professor of ethics and philosophy at Lafayette University and a lecturer in the Department of International Relations at the University of Southern California. He is the author of Humanism and the Death of God by Oxford University Press, released in 2017, as well as The American Remnant from Eerdmans Press, which is forthcoming. So let us give him a warm welcome.
Is this going to work consistently, or will it be distracting?
It's gonna work, and I'll make it work.
I'll do my best to use it. Let's see. All right. In 2020, the American Academy of Arts and Sciences published the results of a survey of a representative sample of U.S. adults. The study examined public perceptions of different disciplines. The good news is that most people in the United States, about 77%, have at least a somewhat favorable impression of philosophy. The bad news is that philosophy still ranks at the very bottom of the survey for both sciences and humanities. Only 29% of people have a very favorable view of the discipline, compared with 52% for science, 48% for history, 47% for math, 37% for literature, and 37% for foreign languages. The only field that people are less enthusiastic about than philosophy is statistics. This raises a question that I don't think has been asked before at the Society of Adventist Philosophers. Why don't more people love us? A few years ago, the philosophy blog site Daily News posed the question to its readers, quote, do people like us? And if not, why not? Responses in the comment section tended to fall into three broad laments. One, people don't like us because we are sometimes needlessly obtuse and detached from the kinds of questions that they care about, like how to live meaningful lives. Two, people don't like us because in our single-minded pursuit of truth, we can at times come across as arrogant and aggressive. And three, people don't like us because they are themselves the arrogant and ignorant ones living the unexamined life. Scientists, some commentators declared, are especially prone to superiority complexes. They refuse to do the hard work of philosophy and instead try to colonize all the other disciplines with the reductive tools of empirical analysis. There is undoubtedly some truth in all of these explanations, but notice how self-serving they are, even when they sound self-critical. They are the equivalent of Michael Scott's interview with the CFO of Dunder Mifflin, David Wallace, in season 3 of The Office. Why don't I tell you what my greatest weaknesses are, Scott says to Wallace. I work too hard, I care too much, and sometimes I can be too invested in my job. One of the occupational hazards of being a philosopher is holding an image of oneself, consciously or unconsciously, that amounts to a kind of stolen valor. We think, write, and teach in the long afterglow of Socrates. Even if we reject Socratic or Platonic ideas, his idealism, his elitism, his defense of the noble lie, etc., we cannot escape the power of story. The high drama of the innocent man sentenced to death for asking unsettling questions and for his dedication to the truth. I suspect that most of us, even if we now call ourselves anti-Platonists, existentialists, phenomenologists, postmodernists, analytic philosophers, or what have you, still believe that we are, in some sense, the descendants and the keepers of Socrates' story. We thus have a ready answer to the question of why we aren't more popular. If the masses don't love us, it is because our kind has been misunderstood and maligned from the start. But who exactly is our kind? Have we in fact inherited Socrates' mantle, or does our authority, whatever it might be, come from elsewhere? Socrates, the embodiment of the true philosopher in Plato's dialogues, is serene in adversity, a model of grace under pressure. He is ironic, but never cynical. He sees both the comedy and the tragedy of human folly, yet he does not spare humanity. He hates no one, and he offers even his worst enemies the possibility of liberation from their ignorance through a path of generous dialogue. Others might storm away from unsettling debates in anger or umbrage. Socrates, never. He is a lover of symposiums, all-night drinking parties, with kindred spirits on the trail of what's most intoxicating in life, truth, goodness, and beauty. He cares about political matters, but he has no interest in political office, nor does he reduce all of life to politics, as so many people today insist we must. He is guided always by the North Star of reason and by his inner diamond, the voice of conscience that he has heard from his childhood and that he attributes to the gods. Quote, the really important thing is not to live, but to live well, Socrates declares on the day of his death in Plato's Credo. Yet how many of us, if we are honest, have the least desire to live or to die like Socrates? The true lover of wisdom in Plato's dialogues must be as devoted to his calling as a desert father, as selfless as a medieval saint. Do you think that it is right for a philosopher to concern himself with so-called pleasures connected with food and drink? Socrates asked Simmias in the Phaedo. Certainly not, Socrates, Simmias replies. And what about the other attentions that we pay to our bodies? Do you think that a philosopher attaches any importance to smart clothes and shoes or bodily ornaments? I think the true philosopher despises them, Simmias replies. Socrates nods with approval. A true philosopher, he says, quote, thinks nothing of physical pleasures. He frees his soul from association with the body, and as a result is mocked by most people as someone who, quote, has one foot in the grave. Socrates' teaching and living were of one piece. Quote, I have never exacted or asked a fee from anyone, he declares during his trial. The witness that I can offer to prove the truth of my statement is, I think, a convincing one. My poverty. Note that Socrates' poverty is not the same as ours. He's not a modestly salaried professor battling with administrators for a pay raise or petitioning his dean for financial support to attend an academic conference. He's not a poor graduate student barely scraping by, but still holding out hope that he or she will someday land a tenure-track job and be able to afford a house in suburbia. Socrates is instead akin to a monk who is taking a lifelong vow of poverty and who lives cheerfully day to day without any concern for the future. He takes no thought for his life, what he shall eat or what he shall drink, nor yet for his body, what he shall put on. To be a philosopher, he suggests, is not merely to think abstractly about problems, but to commit oneself to a way of life that is nearly as demanding as Christ's teachings in the Sermon on the Mount, and maybe just as costly. In contrast with Socrates, the sophists, at least as they are presented in Plato's dialogues, were teachers who charged fees for their services. They had an instrumental view of education. Wisdom for them was not a hard-won virtue, but a commodity that could be bought and sold. Their curriculum included a heavy emphasis on rhetoric as a tool for success in politics and law. Their students were ambitious young men from upper middle class or wealthy families who were interested in learning how to gain and to keep social status. Those who could not afford the SOPHIS services were left at clear disadvantage in Greek society, not unlike those in our own day who cannot afford advanced test prep courses, enriched summer learning, and private tutoring. The commodification of wisdom and the reduction of education to the demands of the marketplace, in Socrates' eyes, corrupted both students and teachers alike. The students came to believe that they were entitled to wisdom and had, in fact, acquired wisdom by becoming paying customers. Instead of embarking on an arduous path of true philosophy with its call to a life of constant questioning and self-examination, many young people took the enticing shortcut offered by the sophists, a prepackaged bundle of courses to burnish their CVs and advance their careers. The sophist teachers, for their part, became beholden to those who paid their incomes, the wealthy parents of their students. They were subject to the shifting tides of fashion and popular opinion. They had to constantly stay relevant. Economic precarity made them unfree, and being unfree made them brittle. Quote, how forcefully does Thrasymachus argue his position in the Republic, Jeff Thou observes, knowing that his reputation as a wise teacher and hence his very livelihood is on the line. How calmly and freely does Socrates argue, knowing that he will not lose wealth or reputation in the quest for truth, since he's chasing neither. In short, one of the hallmarks of Socrates' authority, his credibility as a philosopher, is the fact that he has forsaken his own material interests. His teaching is not muddied by the drives for wealth and power. He has nothing to gain apart from the truth itself. The sophists, by contrast, are morally and intellectually compromised by their financial self-interest. They lack authority, not merely because of the substance of what they teach, but also because of why they teach it. Their motives are impure. Their alleged wisdom is a form of motivated reasoning. The Nietzscheans of the world will, of course, object to this portrait of Socrates as one dedicated to wisdom and virtue rather than will to power. It isn't within the scope of this paper to answer these suspicions. Instead, I want to turn our suspicious gaze back upon ourselves. What are the sources and nature of our own authority as philosophers or allies of philosophers in the modern academy? As a matter of social class, we have less in common with Socrates than we do with the sophists. This is not a charge of malicious intent, yet it is a plain fact that we are participants in the economy of higher education, which for decades has extracted ever-increasing fees from students, in large part to pay our own salaries and benefits. What we have offered students in exchange is not a pathway to wisdom so much as a product to advance their careers. We do not promise to make people virtuous, but rather to make them marketable. We might hope that our teaching is doing more than simply certifying students so they can become efficient cogs in the capitalist machine. But any serious analysis of the landscape of higher education today must face how teaching and learning is distorted by market realities, including our own self-interest in an arena of scarce jobs and fierce competition for students as customers. One example is grade inflation. Quote, if grades are a form of academic currency, then grade inflation results in the devaluation of that currency, end quote, by Faiza Chowdhury. He continues, grade inflation erodes confidence in the whole system of academic evaluation, devaluing all grades and even the degrees to which they lead. Why then have professors and institutions systematically engaged in the practice for years? The answer is we have almost zero incentive to hold the line. Student evaluations play a central role in academic hiring and promotion. Professors who give higher grades tend to be more popular. This creates a powerful incentive structure to lower standards, especially for adjunct and non-tenured faculty. Those who give low or failing grades, even if their jobs are secure, must steel themselves for complaints from unhappy pupils. This might include hours of unpleasant email exchanges or office meetings, not only with the aggrieved students, but with departmental heads or deans. We cannot simply tell a student that their writing is, in the words of Simon Cowell to one contestant on American Idol, absolutely excruciating. We must explain why, which is itself absolutely excruciating. Nor can we say to a student that the entire educational system has failed them at every step, and that they should never have been admitted to college in the first place without serious remedial education to make up for their learning deficit. When the very survival of one's institution is on the line, and when administrators have chosen, for perfectly understandable but also perfectly pragmatic reasons, to prioritize increasing admissions over maintaining standards. Pressure to be a team player and somehow pass students along is immense. The entire character of a university can in this way come to be marked by sophistry, namely the subordination of wisdom to the demands of the marketplace. We might use lofty language to describe what we're doing. We might convince ourselves and others that we are merely, quote, giving everyone a chance, or, quote, meeting students where they're at. But it is hard to see these claims as anything other than self-serving rationalizations. We are using noble terminology to cloak our actual reasons for inflating grades, keep the machine running smoothly, to collect our paychecks, and to be home in time for dinner. There are two other forms of sophistry in the academy that I think are especially tempting to philosophers. Both amount to forms of mystification. The first is mystification of language, or what we might call oracular mystification. The following sentence from Judith Butler, which won the 1998 Bad Writing Contest sponsored by the journal Philosophy and Literature, will suffice to illustrate. Quote, "The move from a structuralist account in which capital is understood to structure social relations in relatively homologous ways to a view of hegemony in which power relations are subject to repetition, convergence, and rearticulation brought the question of temporality into the thinking of structure and marked a shift from a form of Malthusian theory that takes structural totalities as theoretical objects to one in which the insights into the contingent possibility of structure inaugurate the renewed conception of hegemony as bound up with the contingent sites and strategies of the rearticulation of power." I had to take two. Alas, this is no parody. It is merely a particularly glaring example of an approach to language that is widespread among philosophers, especially those who have fallen into certain wells of continental thought. Let us grant that serious intellectual work often requires complex language and that every discipline has its own vocabulary and theories that will at times sound impenetrable to those who have not done the hard work of learning the discipline. Still, we must ask why it is that so many thinkers engage in what can only be described as forms of intellectual posturing or linguistic decadence. Is this kind of speech philosophy at all? Butler's obscurity, Martha Nussbaum writes, creates an aura of importance that is in fact a form of bullying. Her language is designed to intimidate rather than to encourage dialogue. We are supposed to accept the authority of her charisma and stand in awe at the mysterious depths of her pronouncements. But how deep are Butler's ideas really? To the extent that they are intelligible, Nussbaum persuasively argues, Butler's theories are, quote, often familiar or even shop-worn. Unintelligibility, it seems, is precisely the point. Her work, Nussbaum concludes, does not belong to the philosophical tradition, properly speaking, but rather, quote, to the closely related but adversarial traditions of sophistry and rhetoric. Socrates modeled an ideal of discourse of equals who trade arguments and counter-arguments. He thereby showed respect for the soul. Butler, by contrast, engages in obscurantist sleight of hand. And as an aside, was Jesus warning us proleptically of Judith Butler when he said, let your yes be yes and your no, no, for anything more than this is from the evil one? Probably not, but still it's worth pondering. There is another form of mystification that is harder to recognize as mystification since it operates, at least on the surface, not by the obscurity of its pronouncements, but by a kind of blinding moral clarity. The same academic and philosophical culture that has promoted a cheap postmodern relativism, if not nihilism, when it comes to the canons of Western thought, has also given rise to a puritanical new moralism that, in the words of John Gray, has, quote, no tolerance for those who refuse to be saved. We might call it prophetic mystification. Prophetic because it assumes the voice of one crying in the wilderness, demanding that the crooked places be made straight and speaking, quote, truth to power. But mystification because it aggressively conceals its own internal contradictions, totalizing tendencies, elite status, and power interests. In his book, We Have Never Been Woke, The Cultural Contradictions of a New Elite, Musa Al-Gharbi analyzes the ways that academics, journalists, lawyers, and others who make their living in the economy of ideas leverage the plight of the most poor and marginalized members of society to advance their own interests, or rather, our own interests. We might not think of ourselves as elites, but we are the white-collar workers who dominate the commanding heights of culture, including education, entertainment, publishing, and media. Our social status is based on our ability to control, produce, and manipulate data, rhetoric, knowledge, and theories. Our claims to authority rest not only on our practical expertise, however, but also on the idea that we are uniquely motivated by noble and even altruistic values. We are essential to society, we tell ourselves, not merely for economic reasons, but because we speak for those who are unable to speak for themselves. We are the ones who care about social justice. The ruling ideology of our class is, for lack of a better word, wokeness, a set of evolving ideas and theories that, according to Al-Garbi, quote, is probably best understood not as a set of substantive beliefs, but rather as a communicative register, end quote. Some general features of this ideological framework include, one, a focus on racial and sexual identities as the most important features of our humanity. Two, a presumption that the lived experiences of racial and sexual minorities confer a special kind of knowledge or vision that is authoritative and beyond question by others using normal standards of reason and evidence, basically what's known as standpoint epistemology. And three, an insistence that we repeatedly and publicly acknowledge our privileges and our biases. We obsess over these concepts and over the language rules that define them. But Al-Garbi is deeply skeptical that these ideas do anything at all to help those who are most downtrodden in society. We are, he writes, cosmetically radical, but in fact, symbolic capitalists, or what others have called the professional managerial class. Wokeness is a form of self-legitimization, class gatekeeping, and status competition. Perhaps we really do want the poor and the oppressed to be uplifted. Our sympathies might be entirely sincere, but just as we would not accept at face value the professed beliefs or sympathies of the mega rich, Al-Garbi argues, we must examine ourselves as academics and other symbolic capitalists, not in terms of what we believe, but in terms of what we do. And what we do is we insulate ourselves from poor and working class people by retreating to nice neighborhoods where we can be surrounded by people of our own class. We zealously calculate how to maximize our retirement plans. We complain when our packages from Amazon don't arrive on time, and we return the items we don't like for a full refund with no thought to the underpaid delivery drivers whose grueling labor makes our purchasing habits possible. We read books about radical politics while sitting on the decks of cruise ships. We advocate for greater diversity and inclusion in our workplaces, but only when it comes to the narrow slice of people who share our educational formation, our tastes, our assumptions, our habits of thought and speech. And we compete aggressively to get our children into elite schools so that they can someday enjoy comfortable lives just like us. Some of us, I realize, are struggling to achieve a lifestyle like this on our modest Adventist teaching salaries. But doesn't this just prove the point? We are struggling to achieve it. It is a vision of the good life that most of us reflexively aspire to and even feel vaguely entitled to. We look at the higher salaries of faculty at other universities with envy, Marina, pinched perhaps with some class resentment. Why, after all, did we spend all those years in our garrets, suffering through papers by students who write like Bart Simpson and through books by philosophers who write like Judith Butler? What was it all for? Wokeness mystifies these social realities. Even worse, if we accept Al-Garbi's argument, it perpetuates them. Once more, we are less like Socrates than we are like the sophists. In conclusion, philosophers are not immune from, and in fact might be especially tempted by, the cardinal sin of pride. As St. Paul warns, knowledge puffs up. We tend to think of ourselves as both very wise and highly virtuous. If we take Socrates as a model of what the truly philosophical life looks like, however, we must confess the dubious social and economic foundations of much of our authority. I'm not suggesting that we change our name to the Society of Adventist Philosophers. But whenever we find ourselves behaving more like the sophists than like Socrates, we should repent of our sins and attempt to mend our ways. To be a philosopher is not to be an oracle, nor is it to be a prophet. To be a philosopher is to be a lover of wisdom who is dedicated to the search for truth through whatever gifts of reason and friendship God has given us. To be a philosopher is to be at peace with a life that might be poor in earthly belongings, but rich in conversations and in memories. To We philosophers to be passionate about justice, but quizzically removed from chants and slogans in an ideological age. From the simplifying placards, the righteous bumper stickers, the clenched fists, and the bulging veins. To be a philosopher is to be courageously resistant to what Glenn Lowry calls, quote, the velvet glove of social co-optation. I suspect that most of us fail to be true philosophers most of the time. We probably cannot reason our way out of our predicament. Let us pray that there is grace even for philosophy professors in the kingdom of God. Thank you.
Amen. All right, as we see on social media, let's raise some comment section on this one. So does anyone have a first comment or preferably question?
So Ron, I loved your essay, but I wonder, does it really apply with the intensity that you formulated this? In other words, I do not see you in this light at all. And but I think what you're pointing to is very, very serious in our society, that our class, but I wonder to what extent are we part of this class? Are we really? I mean, Adventists, the people in this room, I wonder.
Well, when you say class, do you mean economically?
I mean the academic class,
Yeah.
the academy and philosophers, that's where we live. You know, I'm taking stolen valor, calling myself a philosopher, but.
Well, I mean, Musa al-Garbi wants to say that symbolic capitalists, for one thing, we tend not to think of ourselves as elite because we struggle to make ends meet and so on. In reality, however, if you look at the household incomes of people in the kind of knowledge economy, it's significantly higher than the average American. But we maybe underestimate how poor actually most Americans are if we think of ourselves as being struggling. Okay, so that would be one thing. But the other thing that he wants to say is that symbolic capitalists, part of their elite status and part of what gives them satisfaction in life is part of their inner motivation is actually to be purveyors of meaning in the world. And so your social prestige, if you're a symbolic capitalist, is not only based on your financial well-being, it's also based on the fact that you are in the class of people who basically control the discourse, you know. And so I think probably many of us would say we've sacrificed maybe higher paying jobs, but we derive a lot of satisfaction from thinking of ourselves as being people who are contributing in these much more deep and meaningful ways to society, right? But Musa al-Garbi wants to say we leverage the language of social justice and the plight of people who are really at the bottom of the social ladder. We leverage that in ways that mostly serve to advance our own careers. Creating new positions for people like ourselves, for example, in the academy. You know, if there's a problem of injustice in society, we need to have a chair of this, create a new department. What is that doing? That's creating jobs for people like us, you know. So his point is like, this doesn't filter down and benefit the people who we claim to be representing and benefiting. Does that kind of partially address your question?
It does mainly on the economic side, right? So I have a hard time thinking that you and our friends here in this room are sophistical in the sense that they are simply monetizing the prestige that they earned by sitting there and reading Judith Butler. That just doesn't seem like who we are here. And maybe I'm just saying, gee, I'm not so nasty.
I don't know. You want me to respond to that or something, or what?
Do you think
It's not a question of nastiness. I think that's part of the point here. Like, I think we, again, it's a question of intent, right? Like, or not a question of intent or belief, like he's saying. It's a question of what do we do?
Okay.
you know? And so, yes, we can hold deeply held values and have very sincere beliefs, right? But the question is what kind of neighborhood are you going to choose to live in? What will your consumption habits look like? He has a chapter where he just goes into great detail about the business practices of Amazon Prime or Amazon, which are predatory and ruthless. And the primary people who make the most of Amazon services are urban elites who probably lean liberal in their politics. You know, same with food delivery services. A lot of this is horrifically exploitive labor, and it's mostly liberal urban elites who enjoy the benefit of being able to order their food from someone who brings it to your doorstep. You know, and so there's this disjunction between our beliefs and our words and how we are actually living our lives. And he's really, you know, forcing us to confront that.
Good, thank you.
All right, we'll come back in. Yes, Dr. Walters.
Thank you, Ron, for that provocative papers. I could continue the line of thought that you were just on. In fact, I will for just a second, then I'll get to my main point. And that is, where do we live? I don't apologize for living in a nice neighborhood, but I compensate for that by, you know, voting, calling, acting, giving, doing everything I can to try to make things better for those people that you have characterized as being the less fortunate. I mean, I am so lucky in so many ways, and I would feel guilty if I didn't do everything I can to help those who are less than. But I want to get back to one of your first points, and that is your upholding of Socrates, and you characterized him as one who, you know, sought wisdom, but and part of his wisdom is to see that true philosophy thinks nothing of physical pleasures, according to my notes from what you said. It values poverty. I mean, I want to turn that philosophy on its head for us and say, does particularly a Christian philosophical examination of those two assertions, does that stand up? Is that the ideal? To be penniless and to not have physical pleasure, just pleasures of the mind, which I really enjoy. So I question the very premise of this, that we ought to be modern day Socrates. I think the more dispensable philosophy that I hope to live is one that takes society where it is, takes society and also my church where they are, and then tries to make a relevant difference according to the highest principles that I can name from my tradition, my Western tradition, informed by Eastern thought, and run with that rather than a wise Greek man who lived, 2,300 years ago.
And lived like women.
Well, Jim, I feel like everything you just said could be said with almost without changing a word about Jesus' Sermon on the Mount. You know, a lot of those lines from Socrates literally sound almost like word for word from Jesus. Take no thought to, you know, what you will eat or what you will wear, those kinds of, like, this is straight up Sermon on the Mount. And in a way, I think what I'm trying to do is maybe it's harder, but David Bentley Hart, who was one of our keynotes a few years back, he wrote this great essay called Christ's Rabble for Commonweal magazine. And he says in that piece, he says, the dilemma for Christians is not simply like we look at Jesus and the early church, and it's like this high ideal, and we wish we could be more like them. He says, they were so radical. We don't even want to be like that. If you really face, you know, how subversive, how in a way contemptuous they were of these kinds of assumptions that, you know, society needs responsible people who will make money and things like that, right? So his argument is like, we can't even, the problem is not that we can't live like Jesus. The problem is we can't even want to live like Jesus because it's such a radical vision that you find if you really take the New Testament seriously. That's David Hart's argument anyways. And I guess I'm trying to make a similar claim here for philosophy, but it's harder for to make because we don't say that Socrates is like, he doesn't have the role that Jesus plays for Christianity quite the same way, you know. But I'm trying to say, in a sense, he also, in a way, does. It's kind of impossible to escape the shadow of Socrates, so to speak. And so I want to take him seriously, and not evade how the challenge that he's laying down for us here. I want to acknowledge my failure to be a philosopher in the same way I must acknowledge my failure to be a Christian, in a sense, you know. Like, is there a philosophical version of repentance? It's good for the soul. Okay.
I have one here and then.
Thank you, Ron. I'm wondering if your description indeed of Socrates as one clothed in poverty, if that perhaps, also entails a confirmation of the status quo in another way. I like your description of like the fists and all that, right? So I'm wondering, to what extent do you think philosophy can be activistic and still remain philosophy? So that's maybe one question. And if we disengage ourselves from these struggles, then I'm just wondering, like, wouldn't we then just further those interests that other people are pursuing? So what sort of role is there for, if you want to use a Marxist term, class struggle, so to speak? So should we disengage, or should we engage in a form of nonviolent class struggle as activists?
Yeah, I know, as having just given a paper on anarchism. Well, I mean, two observations. So the first is that when you say, well, we need to engage in the struggle, again, partly what I wanted to emphasize is mostly what we mean is by engaging in the struggle is coming to a place like this and sitting around in nice chairs and talking about it and going out to eat, right? That's our way that we as a social class engage in the class struggle is by theorizing it, you know?
Amen.
So there's that, okay. But if we take that as like an actual serious question, like how do we engage with the political? I'm going to make an argument that that there's two models of politics that we should also take very seriously. One of them is Dr. Zhivago from Boris Pasternak's novel. You know, he's a man of he's a doctor and he's a poet, so he's a man, you might say, of the arts and sciences, and he's living in a intensely ideological age where there are these kind of extreme ideologies and political forces that are attempting to enlist everyone in the struggle, in the revolution. And he's crushed by this system, really, in a sense, for being an apolitical man, for being a non-political man. But there's something actually profoundly political about being a non-political person in an ideological age. That is itself a kind of a political act of reclaiming a kind of humanity that is not simply allowing itself to be reduced to the political. So, and a similar example I would give is historical from the Dirty War in Argentina, where there were people who came to be known as the undecidables, who basically refused to take a side. and as a result became the targets of extreme violence from both the radicals on the left and from the military regime on the right, because this was almost like the most unacceptable thing of all is to not take the position. And again, I mean, there's something very subversive and even threatening to political ideologues to encounter people who are not willing to become part of their projects, you know? And I think in a sense, I mean, I don't want to minimize the importance of being actively engaged with real questions of justice. I'm not minimizing, like, I'm not saying it was wrong for religious people to be involved with the civil rights movement and so on. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm just, when I think about the age in which we live today, I almost think that the most radical step you can take is to step back rather than to step in.
Thanks for your talk. I'm very pleased that you're talking about Socrates and your reflection on what you're saying. I wonder if you could say a little more about some of the features of Socrates.
I can just talk about. I wonder if you could even just say a little more about some features of Socrates' way of doing philosophy that seem not to fit very well in the contemporary academy. Like, I think there's in at least one place Socrates doesn't just say he doesn't do philosophy for money, but I think he says he's never taught anyone anything. He's just not a teacher.
Yeah.
He disavows that. And multiple dialogues that he insists on short exchanges, won't give long talks, or in places it's very important to him that the people involved say what they actually think and don't just take a position. Or he has this image of himself as a midwife, which is a really interesting way of thinking about it. I wonder if you have thoughts about any of those things, some other kind of this set of things that, for Plato seem to all sort of fit together and be part of Socratic philosophy, and all of which seem kind of different from what a lot of philosophy is now, but maybe have some analogs or should have a place in contemporary academy. Do you guys have thoughts about those kinds of things?
I mean, I think that one thing that that we can learn from Socrates as teachers actually is the importance of dialogue as a pedagogical form. The classes I teach at USC, a lot of the feedback that I get from my students is that most of their classes are just lecture based. They sit passively, they take notes. And I've tried in my teaching to make it conversational, and students flourish. They come alive when they have the opportunity to speak. And I think students, even though I kind of talked about pretty negatively and harshly about students in this paper, many students have insights and great things to contribute, and we just need to open space for conversation, I think. I think the one thing, if I was going to say one thing, do I have a moment or not? I do. Okay. Yeah, I guess maybe the most powerful critique I've heard of Socrates is the critique that David Bentley Hart tries to address it in his book, The Beauty of the Infinite. And the criticism of Socrates, which I think really kind of comes out of Nietzsche, is this idea that rhetoric is a form of violence. Because even if you win an argument with somebody in the way that Socrates does, you notice a lot of his interlocutors storm away in frustration and anger at some point, because it's almost like his logic has boxed them into a corner from which they can't quite find their way out, but they feel that as something almost like an assault or something, And so the question that Hart wrestles with in that book, The Beauty of the Infinite, is how can if Christian truth is not going to fall into this kind of critique that it's also a form of like intellectual violence where we box people in, they can't escape from, they don't want to accept our argument, but they have no choice, that feels like a harm to the soul, right? And Hart wants to say that the Gospels don't present themselves in the same form, even a Socratic form, which is, dialogical. It still can in its own way kind of be coercive. And Hart wants to say the Gospels instead try to reach us through beauty. So the persuasion is to show us something beautiful so that we're drawn to it, we're attracted to it. And so I think even when we think about Socrates, maybe the cautionary note would be dialogue can be beautiful, but it can be delicate, because even in a dialogue, if somebody is a vastly superior debater, skilled, it can turn into that kind of coercive act that Nietzsche thinks all rhetoric actually at the end of the day is. Does this kind of make sense? Personally, I find the dialogues beautiful. I was rereading several of them recently, and they rekindled my love for philosophy, you might say. And partly it's just the way they unfold as a story, as a narrative, as a life kind of, it's a little artificial, sure, but yeah.
All right, our last question, Valentin, over here.
So I don't know much about her philosophy, but I can't help for Simone Weil, who went to work in the factories to see how the subjects of the study actually live and what the work psychologically does to them. And if I were to think about how we can emulate Socrates or other philosophers that were actual servants of the people, then I guess the first step would be to be among the people, which means probably not just be among students of philosophy, certainly not be among colleagues, whether in writing or in actual meetings, but maybe conceptualize the idea of the philosopher more closely to the idea of the pastor, who has to work with the people in his community.
It would help us all choose language as well.
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
Yeah, thank you. I couldn't agree more. One thing that I would add, and I hope this fits with what you're saying, being among the people, as you kind of put it, right? One thing that I perceive, and I hope this isn't offensive or anything, but I perceive among many of my colleagues and people in academia, almost like a lack of curiosity in what people who don't think like us think, And I really think, for example, we should be curious and interested in why many people hold more conservative views than the average Adventist professor, let's say, on political questions, social questions, etc. And I think that part of that, like you said, going out to the people, or I'm not sure how you phrased it exactly, there's also an intellectual going out, which means making an effort to read and understand ideas and arguments that might be ones you're not naturally inclined to read or think about, Like one person I thought about including discussion of in this paper, but I didn't really have time or couldn't fit it in, was Shelby Steele, who I've read a number of his books recently. If you haven't read Shelby Steele, I highly recommend his book White Guilt, where he talks about liberal white guilt is actually a form of white power. So it's an incredibly interesting book, very nuanced, interesting argument, but he's sometimes classified or considered a conservative. And I ask people, have you read this guy? He's really interesting, actually. Have you read him? And I'm shocked at how many people have never even encountered, a person like this. So I think part of our own going out as scholars, as intellectuals, means also being more, for lack of a better word, promiscuous in our reading habits. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. So we'll be taking a break now until 3:15. Feel free to grab snacks, water, stretch, and we'll see you back then.
No, after this.
So, do we remember?
Yes.
Oh, I hate to interrupt. I can hear the joy of conversation and happiness and community, but we are going to have to continue because the best is yet to come. All right, everybody, it's time. All right. So this is a reminder that we are going to now move on to our main speaker. All right. And so please, bring your conversations either to a temporary end. By God, please do not end them. Just pause them, or you have to take it outside into the hallway temporarily. But we are going to continue on. Also, I'm going to make another reminder about this, but do not forget to please come to the business meeting that we are having tomorrow. And it's disguised usually at the Adventist Society for Religious Studies meetings as the philosophy discussion group section, which is, in short, our business meeting. So definitely, it is exciting. It will be filled with lots of heated conversation because the very future of the society is on conversation.
Always.
So you better show up if you intend to still come to more. All right, with that said, let's go ahead and kind of introduce you to what is this thing that we call the Jim Londis Scholarship, the Jim Londis Fellowship, the Jim Londis Lectureship that we are presenting here. So I want to introduce you, and most of you, of course, know about who Londis is, but we want to fill you in on that whole story a little bit more. Although he could not be with us in person today, I don't think so. No, he's not on the. But we do. This is getting recorded, right? Yes. So we do hope that he will be able to join us digitally through a recording and have the pleasure of watching the papers that have been presented, as well as the lectureship that is going to be presented here. But we want to take a moment to say thank you for your unwavering support, Jim. The support that you have given to this society. You have continually championed our success, and you set before us a guiding vision. That our conversations be intellectually stimulating, spiritually fruitful, and inclusive within the realm of philosophical inquiry. Jim's journey began in urban New York, and from there he pursued a bachelor's at Atlantic Union College, followed by a master's at the Seventh-day Adventist Seminary at Andrews University. And he did further work at NYU Seminary. He went on to become an impactful religion teacher at Atlantic Union College from 1965 to 1975, a full decade of shaping minds and hearts. During his time at AUC, he simultaneously completed a PhD in philosophy of religion at Boston University, a remarkable dual commitment to both teaching and scholarship. After this early academic chapter, the rest of Jim's life unfolded as that of an applied philosopher, serving in several prominent roles. He was called directly from his position as professor at AUC to become the pastor at the Sligo Church, one of the most influential pulpits in Adventism. Jim flourished there for 10 years, between 1975 and 1985. Indeed, he became the longest serving pastor in that role. As Roy Benton once reflected, for many of us who were his grateful parishioners, he was the prototype of an intelligent and quietly impassioned preacher and pastor. His influence from that pulpit was incredibly far-reaching in Seventh-day Adventist circles, end quote. Near the end of his tenure at Sligo in 1983, Jim received a one-semester fellowship at Harvard University. He also authored 2 important monographs in the Cambridge Journal of Religious Studies, God, Probability, and John Hick, as well as John Smith on mediated immediacy. In addition, he published a book based on a Sligo church sermon series on the Ten Commandments entitled God's Finger Wrote Freedom. After his decade of pastoral leadership, in 1985, he partnered with James Cox to secure funding and establish the Washington Institute for Contemporary Issues, a Seventh-day Adventist think tank and activist organization in the Washington, D.C. area. Jim later moved to New England, where he engaged in hospital ethics consulting for 3 to 4 years. He then returned to academic leadership as president of Atlantic Union College beginning in 1996, serving for 2.5 years. During that time, he worked to merge AUC with Andrews University, but ultimately resigned when those efforts were not taken as seriously as they could have been. Following that chapter, he joined the Adventist Medical Center in Kettering, Ohio, beginning in medical ethics and bioethics, and eventually becoming involved in compliance issues, where he consistently emphasized the crucial role of ethical practice in healthcare. These experiences culminated in another book of his, Faith-Based Caregiving in a Secular World. We thank you, Jim, for everything that you do to make this possible for us to be here and to have such amazing speakers come to give our minds such stimulation. With that said, let's introduce you all to our main speaker today, and that is Ante, for those that know him. But Ante Jerončić is a professor of ethics and theology at Andrews University. Originally from Croatia, he completed his undergraduate studies in both Croatia and South Africa and earned a master's in systematic theology at Stellenbosch University. He went on to complete his PhD at the University of Chicago Divinity School, focusing on theology and ethics. His doctoral work examined Jürgen Moltmann's theological anthropology, especially its implications for human agency and moral responsibility. Before joining the faculty at Andrews University, he served as a pastor in the Illinois Conference, where he credits Darrell Ward, whom he later succeeded as pastor at the Burr Ridge Seventh-day Adventist Church, with opening important doors for him early in his ministry. For the first decade of his academic career, he taught in the undergraduate college at Andrews University before transitioning to the Seventh-day Adventist Theological Seminary in 2015. At the seminary, his scholarship and teaching explores the interplay between constructive Adventist theology and contemporary intellectual culture, with particular attention to questions in theological and philosophical anthropology, moral psychology, hermeneutics, and the relationship between ethics and epistemology. He is currently writing a book on the ethics of truthfulness, examining the attitudes, competencies, and practices that shape a person's perception, appropriation, and enactment of truth. A second ongoing project develops a theology of perception and attention from an interdisciplinary perspective. Ante, we are honored to have you come speak.
Thank you so much. It is obviously an amazing honor to be here. I have to say, though, that Ron's paper was a kiss of death presentation. Ron's words are going to hover over every single sentence I'm going to say. I hope that I'm not going into the weeds of continental philosophy, but you are now. Thank you very much. It was a lovely paper. I think there's always a curse and a blessing to be the last presenter at the conference, because all the good ideas have already been often said, and sometimes better than you want to say. And so that is certainly the case, and I will be referencing some of these ideas as I go on. These are dangerous times, Tom Nichols warns, in the death of expertise. Never have so many people had so much access to so much knowledge, and yet have been so resistant to learning anything. What makes this state of affairs particularly galling, he notes, is that we are proud not to know things. To reject the advice of experts is to assert autonomy, a way to insulate fragile egos from ever being told they are wrong. This amounts to more than skepticism, he notes. The death of expertise is not just a rejection of existing knowledge. Nichols argues It is fundamentally a rejection of science and dispassionate rationality, which are the foundations of modern civilization. The result is that, he continues, citizens are deeply resistant to having that conversation with experts that a functioning democracy requires, preferring instead to believe they already possess sufficient information. Behind this public collapse of trust in institutional knowledge and expertise more generally, Nichols discerns a subtle pathology. The valorization of ignorance as a partial defiance, a kind of performative exhibitionism with avoidance, suspicion, or selective trust. What makes such poses, which are often subliminal, deeply problematic, is their character of settled incorrigibility, a hardened unwillingness or inability to process warranted counterfactuals. Yet the picture is a bit more complex. At least some skepticism toward expertise stems not from pride or defiance, but rather, and that is important to note, from apprehensions about the misuse of expert authority. For one, there's a reaction against epistemic asymmetry, by which I mean the structural gap between those who generate knowledge and those who are expected to rely on it. The gap is not merely about unequal access to information, but about power. Those who control the relevant data, methods, and institutions also determine what counts as evidence and whose judgment prevails. In this sense, the skepticism in view reflects concerns with the politics of expertise, analogous to critiques of the politics of taste, where hierarchies of judgments can conceal deeper struggles over authority and legitimacy. A related source of skepticism concerns the intrusion of values into what is presented as purely empirical judgment. As Heather Douglas has argued, policy-relevant science inescapably involves value judgments about acceptable risk, priority setting, and trade-offs, judgments that cannot be settled by empirical evidence alone. When such values are presented as what the science says, authority overreaches its proper bounds. For the lay public, the imbalance can make deference feel less like rational trust and more like pressured acquiescence. This is, in fact, one of the key contentions in Stephen Macedo's and Francis Lee's really splendid book, In COVID's Wake, How Our Politics Failed Us, published earlier this year by Princeton University Press. They argue, among other things, that the erosion of public trust during a pandemic cannot be blamed solely on science denial or anti-intellectualism. Rather, it stemmed in part from failures of political institutions themselves, fragmented authority, entrenched political identities, and institutional drift. What emerged, they contend, was not merely ideological disagreement, but an unstable epistemic environment in which contradictory signals from federal, state, and scientific authorities made it increasingly difficult for citizens to discern whom to trust. The result was a deep epistemic chasm, they write, defined by distinctive attitudes toward and beliefs about scientific authority. An environment that is not only polarized, but degraded by tribalistic political identities and intensely moralized loathing on both sides of the political spectrum. While their emphasis is not on the epistemic conduct of scientific bodies per se, they show how governance failures contributed to a broader climate of confusion and mistrust. Conditions under which slogans like "follow the science" could too easily obscure political interests or stifle legitimate questions. Along such lines, Francis Collins, then director of the National Institute of Health, later conceded, "We did not admit our ignorance, and that was a profound mistake, and we lost credibility along the way." The lesson is that epistemic authority can be destabilized. not only by public vice, but by institutional misalignment, mixed messaging, and failures of candor under pressure. In sum, the politics of ignorance is genuinely complex. The fault line between epistemic failure and moral responsibility are not always easily discernible, especially when crisis conditions demand rapid judgment under uncertainty. However, even granting this complexity, settled ignorance remains destructive in many domains of life and culture. For instance, our relations can distort the very conditions under which knowledge operates, determining whose voices are heard, whose are dismissed, and which experiences are rendered unintelligible. These epistemic operations not only determine what gets to count as knowledge, but how that knowledge is wielded, but also more fundamentally, how such institutional determinations shape epistemic identity and moral agency, structuring, in Michel Foucault's terms, the very formation of subjects. Now, one very powerful illustration, I won't go too much into it right now, but it's more in the paper, is this wonderful work by Miranda Fricker and her account of epistemic injustice, especially her discussion of testimonial injustice, where a speaker's credibility is unfairly deflated because of identity prejudice. And then she talks about community injustice as well, kind of this structural gap in our collective interpretive resources that prevents people from making sense of their experience. I think her account is absolutely fascinating and deeply relevant. But these structural patterns do not remain confined to marginalized groups or isolated individuals only. Their logic extends outward, shaping a broader cultural environment in which all epistemic agents are formed. As Henry Giroux correctly notes, a contemporary politics of disimagination has emerged, a network of cultural apparatuses that short-circuit the ability of individuals to think critically, imagine the unimaginable, and engage in thoughtful and critical dialogue. In this sense, ignorance carries the character of a manufactured condition, organized through media, education, and spectacle to erode moral memory and to thwart meaningful collective resistance. Now, of course, entrenched ignorance goes beyond these institutional factors. It pervades our everyday life, our conversations, our responses to news or judgments about who's worth listening to. Here too, epistemic closure appears in subtle forms. It is easy, almost automatic, to deny someone's credibility simply because they have a hat of a particular color or because we find it irritating or objectionable. Just as common as the closure produced by overfamiliarity, when we assume we already know what the other will say and exempt ourselves from the work of listening, which is the plight sometimes of many a long-term marriage. These ordinary failures fall under what ethics of recognition demands in the epistemic domain, receiving others as potential truth-tellers whose perspective can address and correct us even in everyday rhythms of life. All that is to stress that ignorance, far from being a passive condition, has profoundly destructive effects along the entire individual collective axis. A child grows malnourished because their parents didn't know how to access basic health care. A wildfire spreads unchecked due to the failure to recognize early warning signs. An aging parent is skimmed online because they weren't taught how to detect digital fraud. Ignorance, in other words, is never merely the absence of knowledge. It exerts moral force, it shapes actions, relationships, and outcomes. I mean, just think about yourself in the past year, right? Of a situation where later you said to yourself, I wish I'd known this before, I would have made a different decision. Vocationally, relationally, all of us can think of these two things. Which brings me to the heart of my argument. Specifically, I aim to examine the character of culpable ignorance and its relation to legitimate epistemic authority. My central claim is simple, but I think significant also personally, it's meaningful to me. The legitimate authority either provides reasons or serves those who we already have for epistemic assent. To reject such authority without warrant is not independence, but a failure of epistemic and moral responsibility. This raises a number of important questions. Okay, look, what is ignorance? And how can it be distinguished from other forms of not knowing? When does it become blameworthy? How should we understand its interaction with epistemic authority? The recent years have really shown a lot of new interest in the study of ignorance, which I find way more interesting than the study of knowledge. Ignorance is just endlessly fascinating in terms of both experience and trying to define what it is actually about. So we have different streams, such as agnotology, which examines how ignorance is actively produced through various mechanisms in society. Epistemology of race and gender shows how social hierarchies generate these different gaps of epistemic exclusion. And finally, the ethics of belief, we examine the conditions under which ignorance can excuse or implicate, linking questions of belief, omission, and accountability in what Wickfield calls the conjoining of epistemology and moral philosophy. But these contemporary frameworks provide central tools for analyzing ignorance, yet ignorance as a lived human phenomenon has long been explored through a wide array of poetic, mythological, philosophical, and spiritual texts. The Western canon in particular brings with such portrayals, from Plato's Euthyphro to Sophocles' Oedipus Tyrannus, from Augustine's Confessions to Tolstoy's Death of Ivan Ilyich, and in countless other writings, we encounter ignorance in both comic and tragic modes, shaping not just individual destinies, but even the course of history. Of course, scripture, which I won't go into right now, but also offers unforgettable portraits. David's self-deception in the affair with Bathsheba, Peter's obliviousness to the denial he's about to enact. In each case, ignorance is not neutral void, but an active force, entwined with desire, pride, or misplaced trust. Now, none of this comes as a surprise again. Ignorance, after all, is woven into our fallenness and finitude. And our ignorance has no bounds, including our unawareness of how much we do not know, as the famed Dunning-Kruger effect ironically illustrates. We are ignorant of others' intentions and our own, the precise number of human beings on Earth, the automatic self-narrations that construct our realities, who at this moment might be gossiping about us, and so ad infinitum. Contemporary psychology and cognitive science catalog this with constraints with abandon. Cognitive biases and unconscious influences, heuristics that mislead even as they guide failures of memory and so on. To wit, a whole industry has developed around these very issues in recent years. From Daniel Kahneman's Thinking Fast and Slow to Daniel, I think it's Engelman's, I might be right here. Incognito, The Secret Lives of Brains, and of the Brain, and Sloan and Fernbach's The Knowledge Illusion as well. We should know that, like other key existential concepts such as love, forgiveness, restlessness, and flourishing, ignorance is really a very layered term. It names divergent states and expressions, each requiring distinct epistemic and moral appraisals. For instance, to be ignorant of misplaced keys differs from refusing to read a medical report out of fear, or from avoiding a certain amount because it cuts too close for comfort. The forms range from trivial to morally charged, from benign to culpable. This variety, right, is what makes ignorance both philosophically, theologically, and I would say even spiritually compelling and interesting. But again, here interesting questions emerge. What distinguishes culpable from innocent not knowing? Must it be willful, or can negligence suffice? Does culpability depend on one's epistemic position, on access, capacity, and role? And crucially, does it depend on one's stance toward authority, to those better positioned to mediate truth. Now, again, these are not new questions. Thomas Aquinas offers a remarkably nuanced account of ignorance in the Prima Secunda of his Summa, question 76. He distinguishes what he calls nescience, a mere absence of knowledge, from ignorance, a privation of knowledge. Of those things, one has a natural aptitude to know. Ignorance on his account becomes sinful when it concerns when a person is obliged to know. So there's two elements important: obliged to know and has the means to know or to learn. Both the moral duty to know and the opportunity to know therefore figure in his assessment of culpability. Accordingly, he distinguishes vincible ignorance, which can be overcome through due effort, from invincible, which cannot be overcome by one's own effort, and thus excuses for blame. Vincible ignorance can be voluntary in two ways. It's very important. Directly, as when a man wishes to be ignorant of certain things that he may sin the more freely. This is the direct expression of vincible ignorance. Or indirectly, as when through stress of work or other occupations, he neglects to acquire the knowledge which would restrain him from sin. You might think of, for instance, a person who never examined their company's exploitative labor practices, because doing so would demand costly moral change. Aquinas' moral psychology anticipates, I believe, a modern concern, and one that is at the core of his faith. That belief itself falls under the scope of ethical reason. In other words, as stated before, the relationship of epistemology and moral philosophy. The same emphasis on due care in believing later on appears in terms of history in W.K. Clifford's famous parable of the negligent ship owner, who, despite private doubts, convinces himself that his vessel is seaworthy and sends it out unexamined. Clifford's point, framed by his evidentialist maxim, that it is wrong always, everywhere, and for anyone to believe anything upon insufficient evidence. It can be, people have argued about that, but the basic point here is that belief itself carries moral weight. While Aquinas reject Clifford's sweeping evidentialism, as do William James and Alvin Plantinga, the moral concern overlaps. Culpability lies not simply in being mistaken, but in the willful neglect of inquiry, when one suspects the truth might matter. Both see belief as subject to moral governance, that is, to ethical evaluation and accountability. The question there is not simply what one knows, but how one has cared to know. Here is quite important. It's like telling your friend, don't show me the article about sugar, I want to enjoy my ice cream. You already suspect the truth, but you're dodging it. What you're dodging is the responsibility that would follow. Or we might think of a church pastor who dismisses early concerns about domestic violence until tragic outcomes make denial impossible. Of course, such invasions are not confined to private conscience, of course. They scale all too easily to collective and political. We see this dynamic at work, for instance, in the debates about Iraq's weapons of mass destruction from the early 2000s. In that context, the then Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld famously parsed his epistemological triad as he made his case for the invasion of Iraq. The difference between known knowns, known unknowns, and unknown unknowns. But in Aquinas' terms, the real question is, could the claimants have known better had they truly wanted to? And as we now realize, they could have. Crude level counter evidence from UN inspectors and intelligence analysts was available but silent. But then again, as Ramsdell noted during a press briefing in 2001, quoting Winston Churchill, in wartime, truth is so precious that she should always be attended by a bodyguard of lies. Granting then that ignorance becomes culpable when it is vincible, that is, when one could and should have known, we must ask what forms does such a culpability take? Like, for one, I think we should distinguish between episodic and constitutive forms. Episodic ignorance involves identifiable acts of epistemic refusal, like specific instances when I decide not to know something, not knowing about that article about sugar, so I can eat ice cream. Constitutive ignorance, by contrast, names a more enduring condition. Ignorance sedimented into the very character of a person or institution, such that contrarian or uncomfortable truths are no longer merely ignored, but rendered practically inaccessible by virtue of who you have become. That is, they are epistemically out of reach, not because, let's say, external constraint or cognitive fault, but because of an inward closure that has hardened into a habitus, an ingrained orientation in which countervailing reasons no longer register as reasons, which Valentin so beautifully illustrated earlier. Both forms presuppose a crucial capacity in the agent, a doxastic reasoned responsiveness. In other words, the capacity to register relevant evidence, notice when conditions of justification shift, respond to defeaters, and revise belief accordingly. Now, the cumulative dimension of this doxastic insouciance, I should note, is crucial. Ignorance often stems from earlier failures of epistemic care. Responsibility for belief, like moral responsibility more generally, is that chronic. It unfolds over time. A person who harms others while intoxicated cannot claim excusing ignorance if their drunkenness was itself a voluntary choice made while rational. The same logic applies epistemically. Beliefs formed in ignorance may be culpable if that ignorance traces back to prior negligence. Small refusals of inquiry along the way that you have chosen and you could have avoided, if you wanted to, right, accumulate into this settled incapacity. As Rick Pearce puts it in his origination thesis, every chain of culpability begins in a directly blameworthy act that the agent once recognized to be overall morally, prudentially, epistemically, and otherwise wrong. Now, he does an interesting thing, right? Pearce does, because he distinguishes like three different kind of types of culpable ignorance, or roots, acting against one's better judgment, which is tendency of an acratic individual, failing to exercise due epistemic care, so negligence, and three, the cultivation of bad epistemic habits or license, each distinct way of violating the intellectual obligations by which ignorance becomes one's own doing. Such licenses, as Kazim rightly argues, are not mere cognitive errors, but they become character traits, settled dispositions, such as closed-mindedness in intellectual arguments. The systematically abstract knowledge. Now, I don't know if this falls under the purview of Ron's critique as being some kind of philosophy that is not relevant, but anyone who has worked as a pastor and tried to counsel and perhaps bring people to a knowledge of the veracity and beauty of Scripture and has encountered this kind of resistance knows exactly what this is about. This is where life is. This is where we often have conversations with friends, spiritual seekers, and other people. Of course, and this is very important, not all non-uptake is common. It's very important for me to have this qualified. And it's very personal. The moment in my life, trauma, fear, or other impairments can diminish reason's responsiveness, making certain truths generally harder to recognize or bear. Culpability also requires genuine epistemical opportunity, right? That's the qualifier. Moral law operates here as it does elsewhere. We are shaped by epistemic circumstances not of our own making. The structural exclusion of hermeneutic injustice has foreclosed such access. Ignorance reflects constitutive or circumstantial lack rather than fault. Not of my own choosing, I've been immersed in trauma literature in the last couple of years, and what I've learned about trauma completely shocked me. I had no idea about these things. I'm a novice. But the way it changes the anatomy of our brain, our cognitive functions, the way threat perception works. I mean, just think about it when these forces are at play, how they thwart proper reasoned responsiveness. And so how the assignment of culpability needs to be seriously moderated in actual pastoral or concrete practice. It's very important to say. And that is why Jesus' warning against judgment is a warning, hey, we don't really know to what extent other people's reasoned responsiveness has been impaired, thus do not judge. In all this, a central pattern remains. Culpable ignorance is most often relation. It means a failure not merely a call for cognitive effort, but of epistemic trust. And here I will now enter slowly into the territory of what Valentin shared, and some of the same persons, Zywietz, I will talk about her. Some of you were not here during his papers, so it will not be repetitive for those of you who were here. It's just a reminder, we are operating from some similar positions. When we consider how authority becomes malformed, the vector of warrant, operation, outcomes stay in the foreground. Authority lacks warrant when it is claimed without justification. It's grounded in ideology, in prestige, right? In simply position that you have. Examples range from ex-cathedra pronouncements by political or religious leaders to those of strong men whose commands carry the weight of fear. But second, authority is malformed in its operation. So first in its warrant, second in operation, when it thwarts the very agency it ought to engage. And it silences dissent. And all of us could talk a lot about this. And finally, authority is most destructive in its outcomes when its exercise corrodes rather than cultivates personhood. One of the most deeply moving things while reading Hannah Arendt's The Origins of Totalitarianism, I mean, there are many, I just an amazing work, but how she writes how totalitarianism, of all the other forms of violence, how it completely destroys identity by eradicating the public space, the freedom of speech, the freedom to think, and how the disintegration of personality comes as a result of that. Just deeply, deeply tragic and moving account. While malformed authority silences, forecloses, and corrodes personhood, legitimate authority must do the opposite. It must invite participation and enable assent. And such a concern, to be a little bit more technical here, one that stresses the overlap of epistemic agency and epistemic authority, really steps into the whole field of, let me simplify this, into social epistemology. The field concerned with how individuals should respond to social sources of evidence, including testimony and expert judgment. Under what conditions and to what degree should these sources of authority be assented to and believed and accepted? And the question then comes, how can dependence on others remain consistent with intellectual responsibility? How do we distinguish legitimate authority from authority that displaces or dominates rational agency? Well, I would say that any account of legitimate authority must acknowledge that this trust is never risk-free. Trust is always dangerous. When you trust political leaders and when you say yes during a marriage ceremony, it's risky. Deference exposes the recipient to the possibility of error or manipulation, which means that identifying trustworthy authority requires the give and take of prudential way. This is not one for all once for all kind of a thing. In this regard, 3 markers are essential. I would look at someone's competence, not as a clincher, but it would matter to me. Second, I would look at a track record, and not merely in terms of how the person judged in the past, but how has the person reacted when confronted with ideas that he or she did not like, and how did he or she act in such circumstances. That would matter to me. Knowing a person who is willing to revise her position would actually, for me, extend or rise my respect as her being a source of authority. And then epistemic authenticity would matter to me quite a bit. A moral posture marked by love of truth, which of course is one of the important definitions and characteristics of love, as Paul tells us in 1 Corinthians 13. Intellectual integrity, honesty, and so on and so forth. Again, these markers do not eliminate the risk of inherent trust, but they render difference or rational act under conditions of finitude, allowing us to distinguish malformed authority from legitimate authority that serves reasons we already have, extending our rational agency rather than replacing. And I think this last statement really encapsulates what Joseph Raz names the service conception of authority. On his take, an authority is justified when the alleged subject is likely better to comply with reasons which apply to him. So, justified when the alleged subject is likely better to comply with reasons which apply to him. If he accepts directives of the alleged authority as authoritatively binding, rather than by trying to follow the reasons which apply to him directly. Authority's directives function as what Raz calls preemptive reasons. They replace rather than supplement our first order deliberations about the balance of reasons. This might sound convoluted, but actually it's not. Right? Because Raz's answer to the question, how can bypassing my own judgment help me conform to reasons, is pretty straightforward. When an authority is better positioned than I am to weigh the relevant considerations, deferring, however provisionally, to its directives enables me to act more reliably in accordance with the reasons that bind me than I could through independent deliberation. Only by allowing the authority's directive to preempt my case-by-case assessment can I bring my performance up to the level that the authority's superior position makes possible. Properly understood then, authority extends rather than displaces rational agency. That is the basic claim that he makes. It's not oppressive and not stepping over our individuality. It is more like a rational instrument that helps finite agents conform more faithfully to the reasons that already apply to them, precisely by replacing or at least augmenting their own fallible deliberation with the more reliable judgment of those better positioned to discern what those reasons require. And I think it's very important to notice how he has kind of an intertwining here of a kind of phenomenological account and a normative. What I should do in respect to authority, but also simply an illumination of what actually happens the moment I recognize something as authority. Preemption marks a distinctive structure of authoritative directives, the feature that differentiates them from advice or testimony. When the service conception explains when that structure generally serves, rather than violence. But here, of course, you have a lot of questions. How precisely does authority serve without dominance? What prevents the symmetry of knowledge from becoming a pretext for coercion, manipulation, or unwarranted deference? Something that all of us, these kind of suspicions, we are deeply steeped into them. That's what marks our generation. So how do we respond to that? And that's, I think, the proposal lies in what I would call reciprocal answerability. A structure, basically a little bit of this Gadammerian give and take of mutual accountability in which authority and recipient bear distinct but complementary obligations, each answerable both to one another and to truth itself. This framework shows why malformed authority, claimed without warrant, exercised coercively, or yielding domination rather than flourishing, betrays its proper function. When authority neglects this obligation, it ceases to mediate reasons and instead resorts to power. When recipients neglect theirs, they mistake defiance for independence. So I want to talk a little bit more about this, right? On the side of recipients, and again, here is where my interest very much overlaps with what Valentin shared, and some of the language I will repeat, but that is okay. For recipients, a corresponding obligation is neither passive submission nor solitary self-reliance, but, as he also referenced, conscientious trust. A disciplined responsiveness to reasons that includes both openness, and critical vigilance. So we talked about epistemic authority. The language of authority isn't just about authority, it's also about me as the recipient. And this is where Zywiecz's account in epistemic authority really is helpful. And as has been noted, Zywiecz begins by noting that all trust ultimately depends on rational self-trust. A confidence that my own cognitive faculties are generally reliable when I use them responsibly. That is, in the best way I can in order to satisfy the desire for truth. That is what she calls epistemic conscientiousness. The reflexive exercise, intentional, mindful, of one's faculties aimed at truth. And here then comes the key point, which really was, I never thought in those terms. I found it to be incredibly helpful to think of. Really, she helped me understand that. And that is that once I reflect on the self-trust, I realize that there's also a demand that I extend this trust to others. After all, she writes, I have no non-circular reason for thinking I am trustworthy as a whole. All of us in our better moments will admit that we cannot always trust our judgments. I think that our lives shows, the ruins of misplaced judgments and the consequences that we have reaped because. It means I have no non-circular reason to think that as a whole, I'm more trustworthy than other people are as a whole. Therefore, however counterintuitive it may seem, there's no logical reason to trust myself more than I trust others. This parity of self-trust and other trust is philosophically straightforward. It's absolutely rational that be the case. However, our accounts of autonomy are kind of pushing against that. And as Kant does in What is Enlightenment? Yes. But it is philosophically straightforward, but psychologically counterintuitive. We're naturally inclined to treat our own judgments as principled and others as suspect. A tendency amplified by what contemporary psychologists, Adam Grant writes about this in his book, Think Again, describes as the preacher-persecutor reflex, in which we defend our own beliefs while subjecting others to prosecutorial scrutiny. Experience, moreover, teaches that epistemic communities often prove more epistemically fruitful than individualistic self-reliance. However much I may pride myself on my own perspicacity. Thus, as Zywiecz observes, if I have a general trust in myself and accept the principle that I should treat like cases alike, I'm rationally committed to having a general trust in them also. And again, her words, I place particular trust in myself when I am conscientious. I must place particular trust in others whose conscientiousness I discover when I am being conscientious. The default position, she argues, is trust, not distrust. Rational belief, therefore, depends on a disciplined discernment on whom to trust, which is a endeavor marked with danger. Zywietz' argument gains additional depth, I argue, when read in conjunction with Knud Eilers Lustrup and Nicholas Wolterstorff, who argue that trust is not an optional stance we adopt after careful deliberation, but actually trust is really constitutes us and how we live. Trust is primordial, doubt is secondary. Again, it grates against our post-enlightenment and enlightenment sensibilities. Lustrup argues in The Ethical Demand, which is just an unbelievably, his work is just splendid. He argues that trust is a sovereign expression of life, spontaneous and pre-reflective rather than calculated. It is a characteristic of human life, he observes, that we normally encounter one another with natural trust. Only because of some special circumstances do we ever distrust a stranger in advance. Wolterstorff, building on Thomas Wheat's principle of credulity, makes a parallel point. The balance of human judgment is by nature inclined to the side of belief and turns to that side of itself, when there is nothing put into the opposite scale. Our readiness to trust others belongs to the grain of cognition itself. Belief is our natural stance. This trust must be learned and justified. From this perspective, epistemic deference is not a concession to weakness, but a recognition of how we are made. Creatures who naturally extend trust and must justify its withdrawal, not its extension. Structure, reciprocal answerability I'm defending presupposes this prior commitment to trust while adding the crucial dimension of mutual accountability. But the framework clarifies what I've called culpable ignorance, or what I've discussed as culpable ignorance. Willful ignorance is not merely a deficit of information or even simply disregarding it, but a betrayal of the trust structure that makes responsible belief possible. To reject legitimate epistemic authority without war and violence is the very symmetry of trust that grounds self-knowledge. The refusal to extend conscientious trust is thus both epistemically incoherent and morally vicious. It fractures the web of cooperation upon which knowledge and community depend. Lorraine Coates' account of epistemic responsibility offers, I wanted to share personal, but I will not go there. That's how profoundly damaging it is, right? I mean, in our lives, when a person repeatedly lies to you. And you can forgive, but the demonic almost aspect of that is that for the future, you now can never ever fully trust anyone. So you don't accuse of lying. You simply don't know if you're being spoken truth. And how that severs relationship and dynamics is absolutely tragic how it happens. But this is deeply, again, I would say, personal to many of us. Lorraine Coates' account of epistemic responsibility offers a deep articulation of what the discussed conscientious epistemic posture entails. Her amazing work on epistemic responsibility, where she treats epistemic responsibility as not simply one virtue among others, but a central virtue from which all other virtues radiate, is really worth reading and engaging. It includes conscientiousness in the use of one's cognitive faculties, but extends further. It is a pervasive orientation toward the world, toward oneself as a knower, and toward other knowers whose judgments we depend on. This notion she called normative realism, the resolve to do justice to the object, to know the world as well as possible, resisting, almost like a spiritual discipline, partial explanations where fuller ones are attainable, to have a courage to reject the temptation to live in a fantasy or in a world of dream or illusions. Responsible knowing therefore requires a discipline that resists the familiar corruptions of inquiry, negligence, idleness, wishful thinking, cowardice, conformity, self-deception, and the corrigibility that remains open to instruction even when truth proves costly. Am I not describing in so many words the central task of any therapeutic process? Whether we deal with personality disorders that are impinging on the reality principles, such as the borderline personality disorder, or simply all of us who are reading narratives about our lives as a fiction. And to untangle all of these lies and all of this self-deception requires a lot of deep, deep work. So I would say that epistemic responsibility isn't the purview simply of the philosopher, it is at the core of any therapeutic process. Crucially, Code emphasizes that responsibility governs not only the use of one's faculties, but also one's stance towards the epistemic authority of others. The need to be responsible both in one's acceptance of authority and in recognizing when one need not defer to authority. Epistemic responsibility in this fuller sense therefore means that character from which conscientious trust toward legitimate authority flows. Commitment to perceive honestly, while acknowledging the liabilities of one's own subjectivity and indispensability of communal knowledge. So I would say, therefore, that culpable ignorance arises precisely when this responsibility is within us, where nowhere seeks a shelter of illusion or the demands of truth. And for me, this is so tragically and beautiful in a way, but tragically captured in C.S. Lewis's The Magician's Nephew and the figure of Uncle Andrew, self-styled magician and opportunist, who finds himself in the unformed world of Narnia as Aslan sings creation into being. I have to say that my colleague and dear friend John Peckham, in his former office, we were first door neighbors, so at some point I had this figure of Aslan on the wall, right? Am I correct? So I've been thinking of you, right? So fixating on control and self-preservation, he refuses to receive what unfolds. The longer and more beautiful the lion saying, Lewis writes, the harder he tried to make himself believe that he could hear nothing but roaring. And when at last the lion spoke, he heard only a snarl. What a tragedy then, listening to God instead of hearing the beautiful music we just hear, an oppressive snarl. Andrew has seen himself offer an open and resonant relationship to the world, to reality, to truth. As such, he embodies what I described earlier, episodic acts of self-protective distortion accumulated into a settled incapacity, a non-epistemic posture in which reasons no longer register as reasons, as a no. This is the tragic terminus of culpable ignorance, the self-enclosed against correction, against the other, unable to hear what it refuses to acknowledge. This brings me back to a central argument in my paper from last year's Society of Adventist Philosophers, titled The Anthropotechnics of Freedom. There I explore Thomas Nagel's view from nowhere as an aspirational epistemic norm, the slow liberation from imperial subjectivity to practices of detachment and disciplined perception. In other words, it foregrounded an ethics of objectivity, not unlike what code commands. Learning to let what stands before us in its ontological givenness appear on its own terms, without being subsumed into the demands of the self. What this calls for, borrowing from Pierre Hadot, is a type of philosophical and spiritual ascesis, spiritual discipline, a spiritual exercise, a re-education of attention that opens itself again to what it calls beyond itself. It is, in Hadot's words, a training for death, death of one's passions and possessiveness, that one may, as he puts it, look at things from the perspective of universality and objectivity. What I've offered today is a complement to that account, the social dimension of epistemic discipline. The ascesis of attentiveness that opens us to the legitimate epistemic authority of others, whose conscientious testimony means truths we cannot reach alone. Both are forms of ascetic freedom. Dying to the will to mastery or self-imposition so that within our own circle of responsibility, aptitude and calling, we may grow in deeper alignment with reality. Death to self of the highest order. With that in mind, the only thing I can add is a petition. Veni Creator Spiritus. Come, Spirit of Truth. Make us capable of searching for truth and loving it and defining it.
Amen.
Wow. We are going to move on to the response, and then we will have Q&A afterwards. Our respondent is Micah Lott, who is an associate professor in the philosophy department of Boston College. He teaches and writes on a variety of topics, including ethics, political philosophy, the philosophy of technology, and the philosophy of biology. He is currently working on 2 books. The first is tentatively titled The Puzzle of Utopia. It explores the notion of ideal circumstances for human flourishing and some puzzles that arise when we try to spell out this notion. The second is a co-authored book about technology and the good life, titled Agency and Automation, Human Flourishing Among Intelligent Machines. Let's have a hand for Micah Lott.
Thanks very much. Thanks for having me. I have a handout that goes with this. It's talk. I'm going to try to talk for maybe 20, 30 minutes, maybe not even that long. We'll see. But Ante, thanks for a great and very rich paper. My comments are just to ask some questions and then kind of push you on a couple things. I think mostly in a more social, maybe even more political direction. So the first part of the handout, I try to just summarize what I took to be the main ideas in the talk. Can everyone hear me okay? This is about the right volume level. So Ante starts with some cultural background, talking about what at one point called the public collapse of trust and institutional knowledge, and then discusses a few different ways of interpreting that and thinking about where it comes from and what it means. And then the main issue, as I understand it, is the character of culpable ignorance or blameworthy ignorance and its relationship to legitimate epistemic authority. And then legitimate epistemic authority is understood as that which provides reasons or serves those we already have for epistemic assent, helping us better conform to the truth under conditions of finitude. Very nice turn of phrase. By culpable ignorance, I take it that Ante means something like an ethical or moral failure with respect to intellectual goods, not just a cognitive slip or incapacity, but something that is involves the will in some way, a failure to care or to be oriented to certain goods. And at one point, he characterizes it as a refusal of proper trust, or that's the center of it, I think. Culpable ignorance is most often relational. It names a failure, not merely of cognitive effort, but of epistemic trust, a refusal to be taught by those better positioned to know. The basic background to all this, I take it, is that given human nature and human good, we need to trust others for the truth all the time in interpersonal context, but we also need to trust experts in various domains and to defer to their judgment. As individuals and as communities, we need to recognize certain persons as epistemic authorities within certain domains. As he says near the end of the paper, epistemic deference is not a concession to weakness, but a recognition of how we are made. Creatures who naturally extend trust and must justify its withdrawal, not its extension. And then, of course, there are different ways this can go wrong, different pathologies of trust and mistrust, which Ante does such a nice job of exploring in the paper. But the good case, when it goes well, is well-ordered relationships of trust and authority that involve a kind of deference but one that is not in vain. And Ante gives it the term reciprocal answerability to describe the good case of this, a structure of mutual accountability in which authority and recipient bear distinct but complementary obligations, each answerable to the other and to truth itself. And then there are certain obligations on the side of epistemic authority, others on the side of those who are called upon to trust and to defer to experts. And that he labels conscientious trust, a disciplined responsiveness to reasons that includes both openness and critical vigilance. The top of the second page of your handout, this allows us to then see with greater clarity the problem of culpable ignorance and its nature. To grasp that willful ignorance of the blameworthy kind is not merely a deficit of information, but a betrayal of the trust structure that makes responsible belief possible. And then a little later, the refusal to extend conscientious trust is thus both epistemically incoherent and morally vicious. It fractures the web of cooperation upon which knowledge and community depend. Again, a very nice turn of phrase. And so here is what I take to be kind of the ideal of conscientious trust that is a corrective to and alternative to culpable, blameworthy ignorance. It's a responsible trust, taking responsibility for oneself, but also openness to the truth. And then there's a quote there that kind of characterizes that. So that's what I took to be the shape of the main ideas in the paper. And if I've got that wrong, please correct me. So in light of that, which again, I think we all probably found to be a very rich set of ideas, here are just some questions, I think friendly questions for the most part, and also an invitation to think about some topics that seem to be a natural extension of some of the ideas that are here. So my first question was about the difference between theoretical and practical authority. And this truly is just a question. I wasn't entirely sure if epistemic authority, as it is meant in the paper, is entirely a matter of theoretical authority, where I take that to mean something like authority with respect to what is true, and an authority that is, well, yeah, authority that with respect to what is true, in contrast to authority to direct or command someone to do something. So some simple examples on your paper. If I'm talking to my oncologist and he says, Micah, you have the tumor is malignant or hopefully benign, then I can trust that person and I can believe him, not knowing his reasons for thinking that, but trusting that he has good reasons or she has good reasons. In a different way, if I'm a private in the Army and the sergeant tells me, Micah, go clean the latrine now, then that's another kind of authority, an authority over me, an authority to do something. And both of these, I think, contrast with advice, but I think they're not the same. And among the different marks of them is that in the case of practical authority, it might be the case that independent of the sergeant's commands, all things considered, going to clean the latrine is not the best idea. Maybe I should go do something in the kitchen or something else. But at least within a certain range of cases, even if that's not true, given the command, it still might be that the thing I have to do is to go clean the latrine, even though independent from the command, that wasn't the thing to be done. I don't think there's an analogy that the structure works analogously with theoretical authority. Its sources are sort of all the way down, just in its connection to the truth. I'm guessing that Ante would agree with that, but I just wasn't sure if to what extent the practical theoretical difference is helpful here. And there are hints that maybe practical authority is part of what's involved. The authority to command, for instance, the discussion of Raz includes this quotation on the footnotes from Morality of Freedom, where I think it's clear that Raz is, at least in large part, thinking about practical authority. That's when he says the kind of authority that a person has over another person. My oncologist doesn't have authority over me in the way that a parent or a teacher or another authority might have. So here's a suggestion, friendly suggestion. Maybe some of the cultural challenges of trust and mistrust at the beginning that are described nicely at the beginning of the paper, maybe part of that has to do with an intertwining, even muddling of theoretical and practical authority. in particular, it's not hard to see how kind of mistrust could grow up in people who feel that those who are to some degree theoretical authorities in a given domain are acting as if they are practical authorities over other people in virtue of that. My suspicion is that's sort of what's going on. People aren't, it's one thing for someone to tell you they're smarter than you and they know more. It's another thing for someone to act like they're the boss of you. And when someone does the second thing because of the first thing, we rightly bristle. So that's just a thought. Okay, second thought. I like the idea of conscientious trust. Yeah, I like the phrase, I like the picture of it. I wonder exactly how demanding it is in different cases, and exactly how it relates to situations of disagreement. So, in particular, seems like part of the cultural challenge for us, and maybe in many other cultures, is that there can be cases of disagreement between experts, or even more troubling, no consensus and disagreement over who counts as an expert, or whether there are any experts in a given domain, or who has legitimate epistemic authority. So I'm wondering how the ideal of conscientious trust works in these kinds of cases. And for instance, if I want to know who the experts are, or I want to trust people, how much of it is demanded of me in terms of developing that kind of appropriate posture towards other people. And I suspect it might be quite a lot in certain situations if I have to figure out who to trust on a particular topic. So that's suggestion one. Suggestion two is maybe this points towards the thought that something like acknowledged expertise should be treated as a kind of shared cultural good, something that we actually all need and that we enjoy in concert with others, and that therefore perhaps we all have some sort of responsibility to tend that. Another way of putting that would be to be in a situation where you don't know who the experts are, and it's very hard to say who they are, and you need experts, is not a good situation for any of us to be in on important things, in which case maybe we have something like a shared good or a common good that is at stake. And that's maybe a way of thinking about that. Okay. So far, so good. I don't think I'm taking too long. Okay, great. So at the top of the third page of your handout, here's another thought. These are all just unfolding some questions and reactions for Ante. It seems to me that the structure of mutual answerability that is laid out in the paper, that includes conscientious trust, seems to me that makes the most sense when the participants who are involved, the authority and the recipient, enjoy some sort of shared or common good, some common aim. So to go back to the case of the oncologist, I take it in the normal case, in the good case, my oncologist and me have a common good, namely my health. We have a shared goal. That's what she wants. That's what I want, and that's what we're both in it for. If I learn that my oncologist is in the pay of a pharmaceutical company or is doing something else that might, for some reason, lead me to think that she has a different goal that might diverge from my goal, well, it's naturally going to be much harder for me to trust her. And so this suggests to me that the framework of reciprocal answerability that's laid out, and the good case of trust, against which the bad case is revealed, that the good case involves something like a structure of shared goods or common goods between participants, and that that's the basis for it making sense. And then related to that, going back to the cultural situation and the read of our context, here's a thought. Perhaps the cultural mistrust and expertise, or the assertion of doubt in the face of experts, can be understood in part as arising from the sense that expert advice is not, in fact, in service of a common good. And I think Ante says things, not in quite this language, but something related to this in the paper. Either because expertise is being wielded by private or partisan actors, or I think more interestingly, and this is a thing I'm not sure exactly how to articulate well, but the thought is something like this, that expertise itself comes to be seen as a kind of private or partisan interest, favoring some forms of life over others. And what I have in mind is something like the thought that independent of the particular context of a given bit of expertise, independent of the particular request for trust, all forms of appeal to authority and requests for trust are inviting you to do one, they're all inviting you to do one thing, which is live on the basis of trusting others, or live on, in this case, live on the basis of experts. And I think it's not crazy for someone to say that a life lived in deference to expertise is not the only kind of life. And it is a substantive sort of thing about our particular culture, that we have many, many experts about lots of things. And I think I can see the shape of a worry that is something like, in asking for deference, you're also asking for me to live a whole kind of life, a whole sort of approach to life, which is a life of learning about what the experts think about things, trying to follow expert advice, caring a lot about expert opinion. And I suspect that some people feel that, even if they can't articulate, and resist it. And this is my next bullet point. It is a sort of question that going from that thought into the form of a question to Ante. How much does the ideal of conscientious trust? Am I saying it right? Did I say conscientious? Yeah, conscientious trust. How does that relate to ideals of self-reliance, independence, knowing and doing things for oneself? And one way of thinking about it would be that we all need conscious trust, and that's compatible with a range of other kind of ideals. I'm not sure if that's the right way of thinking about it. There does seem to be, though, a sense in which the more you ratchet up the dependence on others, especially expert others, to which you defer as epistemic authorities, the more you ratchet that up, almost inevitably, the more you ratchet down knowing and doing things for yourself. And I kind of suspect that many people sense that the increase of, in particular, technological and institutional sophistication in our society often goes along with a sense of personal incapacity or being disempowered with respect to certain domains. And I wonder if part of the resistance to expertise is a recoil from the disempowering, disabling effects of this. So on the hand that I said example, parents and statistics, I want to pick on Emily Oster, who's an economist who works at Brown and is an expert in statistics, as lots of economists are, but she has a large following and might say a kind of cottage industry involving good parenting practices. It's all based ultimately in her expert ability to read statistics and what do the studies show. And on the one hand, I think you can imagine someone saying, great, I want to be informed. I don't want to give my child the food or the clothing that's going to be bad for them. And I don't want to be arrogant and think I have all the answers. I want to have the appropriate sort of humility and openness and the things that go with the posture of reality. Maybe the way my parents did it was bad, or we could do it better. I want to be open. I want to defer where I should defer. You can imagine that. But I think you can also imagine someone feeling like, I don't need to study before I make my child dinner, or I don't need to defer to the social sciences before I make a friend to know, or something like that. And I do think there's, well, I could go on about that, but I just point to that as an issue that seems to be also part of the matrix of expertise and deference in our time. Thinking about ideals of personal judgment, competence in relationship to especially the social sciences, and the idea that social science experts might know us better than we know ourselves, or know what is good for us better than we can judge for ourselves. Okay, with that in mind, last two thoughts, and this is kind of turning some questions towards the political a little bit, which is a little different from, I think, Ante's main concern. So I hope this isn't unfair, or I hope it isn't pushing you to things you're not really interested in. But I think it's kind of under the surface. You do talk about political topics and political things, so I hope it's something you're interested in. And 2 points. So the first point, if we think about the nature of an expert who's a moral expert, we can pretty quickly see that there's problematic things about the idea of moral expertise. So that's certainly something problematic about the idea of deferring to moral experts. What exactly is dodgy about it? Maybe it's a little hard to say. Part of the issue, I think, has to do with the idea that our ideal of moral excellence, of good action, of acting well in the fullest sense, actions of moral worth, involves acting from a recognition of the good. It involves acting from some comprehension, some grasp, or some understanding of why what you're doing is good. And so the idea of simply deferring the question of how should I treat this person or how should I live to an expert is off, because you won't be acting well if you say, well, I don't know, should I keep this promise? I read it in the paper. You should. I guess I will, because someone who knows better than I do says keep promises. Okay, I'll do that. For that reason, that seems off. Also, I think we have an ideal that in the case of what I'll call moral understanding or moral knowledge, how to live, how to act rightly, the kind of knowledge that the person of practical wisdom and the virtues has, that is not a specialized or technical knowledge that belongs to someone as the bearer of a kind of techne or episteme in the Greek terms, but is something like human knowledge that belongs to us as people who've been brought up if things haven't gone wrong. And that's also why I think the idea of a moral expert is a little strange. So, I think I'm on pretty good grounds in thinking this, because Plato talks about it. At least Plato's character, at least Plato puts into the mouth of the sophist, Protagoras, an idea about it. So I don't know, maybe it is a little dodgy, but here's something that Protagoras says old Protagoras says to young Socrates in this, as I remember, if I remember correctly, in a speech. He says, Zeus was afraid that our whole race might be wiped out. He's telling a myth, the myth of the creation of human beings. So he sent Hermes to bring justice and a sense of shame to humans, so that there would be order within cities and bonds of friendship to unite them. Hermes asked Zeus how he should distribute justice and a sense of shame to humans. Should I distribute them as the other arts were? This is how the others were distributed. One person practicing the art of medicine suffices for many ordinary people. We don't all need to be physicians in the community, if enough of us are. And the same goes for architects, engineers, and so forth. Should I establish justice and shame among humans in this way, or distribute it to all? To all, said Zeus, and let all have a share. For cities would never come to be if only a few possessed these, as in the case with the other arts. And establish this law as coming from me, death to him who cannot partake of shame and justice, for he is a pestilence to the city. And so it is, Socrates, that when the Athenians and others as well are debating architectural excellence, or the virtue proper to any other professional specialty, they think that only a few individuals have the right to advise them. And they do not accept advice from anyone outside these select few. We're going to build some boats. How should we build them? We don't listen to people who've never been on a ship and know nothing about boat building. We listen to the people who know about boat building, so on and so forth. But when the debate involves political excellence, which must proceed from justice and temperance, they accept advice from everyone. And with good reason, for they think that this particular virtue, political or civic virtue, is shared by all, or there wouldn't be any city. I think this is in some way familiar to us. If you said to someone, do you know about, I don't know, do you know how to downhill ski, or do you know about electrical engineering? They might say, no, I never learned those things, or I never did those things. But if you said to someone, and do you know anything about justice? You would be shocked if they said, I never got into that. And then, do you know anything about temperance? I majored in chemistry. I never, it's not that kind of thing. And so I think this might be relevant to, again, going back to the social communal dynamics of expertise and trust, especially in a community that, like ancient Athens, in some ways takes itself to be a democracy. And so this is my closing thought, is a set of questions about the place of expertise and the ideal of democratic self-government or collective communal self-rule of some kind. I take it that, at least in one important, maybe dominant strand, the self-conception of democratic communities is as making communal decisions, and that our political arrangements, our laws and policies somehow reflect something like the will of the people, or something where that means like the judgment or the wise judgment of a political community. That's part of the idea of being a self-governing people. Now, political judgment, here's one picture. Political judgment needs to draw upon specialized and technical knowledge, the knowledge of the physician, or the knowledge of the boat builder, or the knowledge of the climate scientist. It needs to draw upon those things. But in our capacity as citizens, what's distinctive about us is not that kind of specialized knowledge. That collective political judgment, or the judgment we exercise in concert with others, rather, is not a specialized, is not based in specialized knowledge like the scientist. Rather, it's something like practical wisdom. I think this is what Hannah Arendt has in mind, to go back to someone who Ante also admires, I think. Aristotle says that politike is phronesis. It is practical wisdom in a different mode. So there's a long way of thinking about this, going back to classical thinking, and then I think we find it in modern and contemporary democratic thought. But then here's the question: but is this ideal of self-government from that makes use of expertise, but it's not itself rooted in specialized knowledge, is that feasible in a large, complex, technologically driven modern society, which I think needs experts to a much greater degree than pre-modern societies probably needed them in order to function well. And here I think we face a kind of dilemma. I'm far from the first person to think this. The dilemma is something like this. Well, we can trust experts. That is, we can defer to them. We can defer to their epistemic authority on important matters. But to the extent that we do that, it seems like democratic self-government is seriously weakened. On the other hand, well, we can not trust the experts, in which case we're ruled by the ignorant, who is ourselves, for all intents and purposes. So, important and I think really fun and interesting, if you haven't ever come across it, version of this is was put forward in a book called Public Opinion by a guy named Walter Lippmann, who is kind of the father of like media studies. He was as a young person was involved in the Woodrow Wilson administration and basically doing like propaganda for America during the First World War. Became a newspaperman, twice won the Pulitzer Prize. He either coined or introduced into wide circulation the term the Cold War. I think he first used the phrase the manufacture of consent. He had many, many interesting things to say about how the media and news actually worked. He was a newspaperman. And from this, one of his first books, Public Opinion, grew out of this. And it's about democracy, really, and it's not so optimistic. And maybe it's not an accident that the opening epigram to Lippmann's book is from Plato's Republic, a book that's also not that optimistic about democracy. But here's some quotes from Lippmann's Public Opinion. This is, again, he's thinking about America in the 19-teens, early 1920s. Thus, the environment with which our public opinions deal is refracted in many ways. Censorship and privacy at its source, by physical and social barriers at the other end, by scanty attention, by the poverty of language, by distraction, and by unconscious constellations of feeling, by wear and tear, violence, monotony. And then we could probably add even other things that are the kind of things that Ante talks about. These limitations upon our access to that environment, combined with the obscurity and the complexity of the facts themselves, to thwart clearness and justice of perception, to substitute misleading fictions for workable ideas, and to deprive us of adequate checks upon those who consciously strive to mislead. Our epistemic position is not great when it comes to forming sound judgments, especially about complex matters of public and collective purport. So, and Littman thinks, look, the theory of the original sort of theory of democracy, as articulated in the modern era, in the 18th century, it wasn't built for this. It had in mind a small scale, collective New England town hall picture, whatever your picture is. And there's just a mismatch between the moral theory of democracy, which is that all people have equal dignity, and the epistemic reality, which is like, none of us are like well suited to make the kinds of choices that political community requires. And so he says near the end of the book, but if instead of hanging human dignity, which he's in favor of, on the one assumption about self-government, what if we relax that? What if we pull off the self-government piece? You insist instead that man's dignity requires a standard of living in which his capacities are properly exercised. If you do that, well, then the whole problem changes. The criteria which you then apply to government are whether it's producing a certain minimum of health, of decent housing, of material necessities, of education, of freedom, of pleasures, of beauty, not simply whether at the sacrifice of all these things, it vibrates to the self-centered opinions that happen to be floating around in men's minds. And then near the end, the only prospect which is not visionary is that each of us in his own sphere will act more and more on a realistic picture of the invisible world. That means he thinks that giant complexities we can't grasp. And that we shall develop more and more men who are expert in keeping these pictures realistic. Outside the rather narrow range of our own possible attention, social control depends upon devising standards of living and methods of audit by which the acts of public officials and industrial directors are measured. We cannot ourselves inspire or guide these acts, as the mystical Democrat has always known. The self-government thing was a sort of myth. But we can steadily increase our real control over these acts by insisting that all of them shall be plainly recorded and their results objectively measured. We can have a kind of transparency and a kind of check. We can have a check on where the car is being driven, so to speak. But we're not driving the car. We're not going to collectively turn the steering wheel. At best, we can hope for some way of measuring where is the car gotten to, and maybe we could change the person who's driving the car. So my question then in saying all of that is, it does seem to me these questions about expertise and trust in our current moment of distrust of expertise open up to these questions about our self-understanding as a community, and especially as a political community, and how much is self-government a part of that self-understanding, and what is the character of that self-government. So I say all that as an invitation to Ante, the question, basically, what do you think about all that? And conscientious trust, and this conscientious trust and the notion of mutual answerability, as you've laid it out, does it have resources for thinking about the kind of concern that I think Littman articulated pretty well over 100 years ago and has not gone away? And in many ways, I think on the centenary of that book, it looked more prophetic than ever. And so I wonder if what the ideas that you've laid out, reciprocal answerability, even the very idea of the death of self that you talk about at the end of the paper, if that hooks up to these kinds of questions in political philosophy. So thanks very much for inviting me to come.
Wow. Ante, would you like to address some of the points that were raised before we turn to a general Q&A? Because we've got some pointed questions.
You know, the respondents, they have an advantage. They know your paper, you don't know. Hello, 1, 2.
There it is.
Yeah, okay. Thank you so much. I think this is one of the greatest honors you can do to one another. You've raised so many things that I need to consider. I won't be able to do justice to what you've said, but I've made copious notes. I will revisit everything in the light of what you said. So, all my brief response is really, I need to think more, just first blush reaction, and if they do not measure to what you said, I will think more about these issues. First of all, as you know, in all arguments, all our arguments always arrest dialectical thinking at a certain moment, right? Self, society, you know, grace, judgment, and whenever you're being arrested in a moment of the pendulum, well, what about the other side? And that is a fair question. I have to say that a lot of the questions that you have raised about these conditions that really impinge and might even impair the very possibility of self-agency are things I've thought about. They were not part, this paper was actually an intentional way to kind of go beyond that, but I'm deeply, deeply thankful for what you said. I would say that on your first question, this issue of practical and epistemic authority, I treated epistemic authority in a narrower sense, you were right, but I do not belie the fact that the epistemic and practical authority are often intertwined, and especially when is really a situation of symmetry where the person above me there's a kind of command structure where I have very little room to disobey. But it's quite possible that even in such a situation, if someone commands me to do something, I might not have the courage to say no, but in my mind, I can say to myself that what he says is wrong. I'm not believing in what he argues, what he argues. So I think that raises other issues. How do we then act virtuously or in other ways under conditions in which practical authority is presenting itself as epistemic authority, but it's actually misusing this kind of power structure? Excellent questions. I will think more about that. The second question, this kind of what do we do if we have many different authorities? Well, I don't want to be kind of dismissive is not the right word. I don't want to reject this all too easily. But I want to say, well, this is a private dimension of life. This is what life is. Life is a situation in which we are very often confused. And very often what these situations then require are perhaps provisional suspensions of judgment. I don't know what to say. I will be full sexus empiricus, and I will just bracket my commitment. It's too much noise, too much confusion. It's perfectly okay. My account was not the urgency of you having at this very moment to be always completely clear. You take time, you evaluate, you read more, you see some people will be shown to be wrong. And I think this is an ongoing process of growth and learning. So I firmly, that is what complicates life. I will think more about this. The question about the doctor and having different outcomes, well, this is actually precisely the part of reciprocal answerability, because in that process, I am figuring who this authority is. And if this authority is inhabiting a different moral space than I do, of course, my evaluation of that relationship changes, and my assent and acceptance of what let's say the doctor says or she says might change under those circumstances. So again, I want to, if I left the impression, which sometimes might be gained, that I have argued for some sort of account of punctual assent. You need to assent at this very moment. That's not what I meant. It's not like a hermeneutical cycle of back and forth, and I will revise my judgment. If it's wrong, I will move on. I've given my assent to her, but later on I read about her coming from other patients. I hear some other news. Oh, well, I was mistaken. I will not ask her advice anymore. I mean, that would be kind of, so I've never meant this to be final or in some moment of time. You're very correct on another question. And I think I need to possibly revise this a bit. That this was not the intention of my paper, but it is clear to me that the language of expertise and experts might have come across in a way that I did not intend. And I understand that. And I didn't intend it in two ways. First of all, it was also explicitly explained that, but I hope a little bit at the beginning of my paper signaled how I am deeply not appreciative, but understand and sympathetic, that's the word, to reservations people have about experts today. I mean, that was the beginning of the paper. I wanted this to color everything else I've said. And if it didn't come across, it is my bad. And also, and perhaps this is not sufficiently clear and articulated, I need to think about it. Even though I say it, now that I think about it, I didn't primarily mean simply about credentialed and specialized expertise. I think that there might be a person who has no or very little formal education. And whenever I talk to him, he has given me just wise, sagacious insight that really opens my mind. And yeah, perhaps it's not an expert in a classical sense, but the track record and the trust that I've seen in his life, and in that creates a kind of expertise for me without specific credentials. So, but you're absolutely right. I think that I needed to word this a bit more carefully, and perhaps this criteria of expertise needs to be a bit more clarified. The conditions that you are describing, and I actually had it more in some footnotes, and I briefly wanted to reference to Miranda Fricker and some other people, and my discussion of trauma, tragedy, moral luck. I can very easily imagine situations, be they individual or be they cultural, in which epistemic authenticity or responsibility is radically diminished and completely narrowed. And probably it is not a fair analogy. It's not even perhaps a scholarly justified analogy. But I would think that if I have to think about an analogy, how I think about this, it would be a comparison. And now I know some people will push back against this, but it's perhaps a comparison between a libertarian free will account and a compatibilist account, right? And a compatibilist account deeply recognizes that a lot of causal factors, whatever they are, have profoundly, and I'm thinking about soft compatibilists, have profoundly narrowed the range of my freedom, and that is my ability of my reason's responsiveness. Let me give you an example, just, and then this is my final comment, and I'm almost done. Recently, our church, Pioneer Memorial Church, has been doing some great work with another local church that has founded in the Benton Harbor area, supported it, Benton Harbor area, which is deeply racially divided. There's a lot of issues, and they've organized these beautiful basketball games, and people are coming from community, and they created these booths and trying to provide resources to kids perhaps who are struggling at school. And it was, and my wife and my daughter were involved, and other people were involved, and it was so deeply moving to see how these kids, these high school kids in this impoverished community, that they could not even envision, right, the possibility of ever going to college. I mean, imagination was completely thwarted, right? And once you can imagine, this whole idea of bootstrapping yourself is completely ridiculous. You need imagination to be able to do that. But the moments, I know you can. I mean, there's some scholarships, you can do this, you can do that. And you can see how the scope of imagination and possibility and thinking about the future has kind of expanded. What I want to say with this is that under these very tragic conditions, and this is absolutely, these quotes are amazing that you shared. I was familiar with him, with this quote that you shared here at the end, but I have not read the book, so I'm really curious about this. But it seems to me that these tragic conditions And the question is, then we can ask, well, then what? If that is really so, if we are completely shape determined, there's no time, there's no space, we don't have information, then what? And I do believe, even though it might sound Sisyphean, that this idea, well, it might be that way, but being human means, in principle, not to be at peace with that, and to try to find truth the best I can, to educate, to be a model, to learn from others. Otherwise, we are in a situation of complete despair, and I wanted to push back against it. And no, I haven't done justice to your comment. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so very much, and have a little more thoughts. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
You can stay here, and Micah, I'd invite you to also come as well and be up here. So we're going to turn to Q&A. However, given that we do like to, as philosophers, learn and grow through, admiring our mistakes, whether in print or in life, we're going to avoid moving the microphone and the speaker, since it seems to be strangely working. And so what we're going to do is let it work for the people here to answer the questions. And we're going to ask for you to open your diaphragm and speak loud and clear. If you need to stand up, heck, even come forward. But we're going to request that as opposed to trying to make this microphone play another game around the room. And so I see a hand here, and please continue to raise them, and we will, and then begin your question by stating who you would like to address it to.
Thank you both for presentation and response. Very stimulating. Great topic too. This can go to both of you actually, because I may be mishearing or misreading either of you. But it seems, Micah, you were laying something down for you, Ante, that you may not have quite caught, in my view. And that's on page 2, suggestion 1, if you're looking at the response. There was a reference to Rumsfeld in your paper, and the so-called expertise that came out of Washington in the Iran-Contra era. And what was happening with, Iraq War, what was happening in that era with the weapons of mass destruction and so forth. There was some knowledge that was incomplete, I think you were referencing there. And decisions made that were based on expertise that wasn't expertise or wasn't complete. There were no weapons of mass destruction. And one of the things that I think in the contemporary political world, Micah, you're kind of pointing to the politics of today, is what do you do with people falsely claiming expertise? And how do we deal with the fact that there are many in the discerning role who might not know how to pick expertise, who may not agree on expertise? And I think a great example of that right now would be, say, C. Everett Koop versus Kennedy. As director of health, right? So I just wonder if you could respond to this sort of politicalization of knowledge and expertise rather than the sort of pure philosophical understanding of the legitimate origins of knowledge and expertise, even if it comes from a lay source, as you were indicating in the response, versus this sort of I want to say malevolent, but I don't know if it really is, but this sort of malevolent, misguided politicization of something that we might think of as authority and expertise. Thank you.
Oh, wow. So let me give it a try, and if you tell me later if I missed it.
Well, first, did I misunderstand you, Micah, in that? Did I?
Yeah.
Okay.
So my point would be is that, here you have a cross-current. First of all, I would not consider politicians as my sort of expertise ever, not rarely, right? So one could argue that actually what happened in that context, what that was a proper expertise, was actually dismissed for political purposes. Right? Intelligence reports and other things were dismissed in favor, and it might be. So how would I then treat that, right? If perhaps this first time I would say, oh, I don't know, my government is saying the right thing, I will believe them. But once I've learned my lesson, and the next time they come around and they start claiming these things, then I might be more suspicious, and so I'm now processing it as a layperson, right? I'm not sure I believe in them anymore. Let me suspend my judgment. Let me see what other news sources are saying. Are there other countervailing voices? So it would seem to me that even someone who is not deeply steeped in political discourse, and even if such a person needs to provisionally refuse to assent to any particular option, or for a while anyway said, oh, you know what, no, I'm not sure, I'm not believing. For me, that is a perfectly legitimate position. That is for me, epistemic responsibility is not this idea that I need now, under all circumstances, immediately figure out who is the right epistemic authority, or even any kind of authority that is out there. So, yes, Rumsfeld presented himself, the administration presented itself as a type of epistemic authority, claiming, that this is correct, you need to believe us. And, and I think people can learn lessons from that. Now, you mentioned some contemporary examples.
I would say the contemporary means that we didn't learn those lessons.
Well, I don't know who the we is.
Well, America.
America, yeah, but I don't want to collectivize it. There is a collective, the communal aspect to that. But as an individual, I'm not believing in it. Not believing in anything about, let me not politicize other things, other conflicts across the world, right? What they're saying, because I learned my lesson. Well, does this mean that you're being suspended forever? No, but I want to read, and this is what I do. I read this podcast, that podcast, this source, this news source, and will I make mistakes? And if I make mistakes, I don't think that infallibility, that infallibility is an essential aspect of epistemic responsibility. It is more my attitude and commitment to have as much content of reality that I can, even if that provisionally requires some suspension and bracketing and waiting. I don't know if that answers, but that's how I.
Well, it'll be a better country when we all adopt that.
Well, for sure. I think now we talk about all other power dynamics. There's no interest to learn these lessons, and so on and so forth. Now we go more into
there you go.
Other things.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think one thing I was thinking is that I think your example just shows is like that places are kind of, when there's a real breakdown of those public structures, those social structures, it like places an increased burden on the individual. Like you're saying, you're like, oh geez, I can't just trust what the Surgeon General says. Now I gotta go, maybe there's a little mini expert in this type of thing. I gotta do this, I gotta go do this, I gotta go to this. And one of the things I liked about your paper was the emphasis on the principles you're talking about can be seen as like flowing from our need for truth, but also in our finitude. And I think one way of saying of it, yeah, we're part of that finitude is like, we can't do that all the time. We actually need experts. We need them in a way, and we need to be able to rely on them. And so it's not ideal when you're having to do the thing you're just describing all the time. It becomes exhausting. And that's why a kind of ability to trust, as a publicly recognized thing is like something like a resource in the community, so that everyone isn't exhausted by having to do that. And then you kind of burn up that resource in the kind of examples I think you're talking about.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I think part of the finitude is that I simply cannot make judgments about all kinds of things. About certain things I will just remain ignorant. For some things I don't have time. I don't have time to figure out if cannabis is right or not. If this is of my interest, it might become my interest if it directly starts pertaining to me, right? So sometimes, and I had this actually, I had it a bit longer in the paper, where we have different types of not knowing. Some things I'm not able to grasp, some things I don't have time to grasp. And so I think that where the problem now is Thomas's kind of when Thomas Aquinas says that things that we are obliged to know and can know, but where is this? What am I now obliged to know? Right? Is it something I'm obliged to know the things that will harm others? Or yeah, I think this policy, for instance, might harm many people if it's implemented. So I have no obligation to know and act in an appropriate way. But you see, even this is always a matter of adjudication because of finitude of mind, resources, interests, and again, that cannot be in advance spelled out.
Wonderful. So we have 4 other people who want to ask questions, hopefully not requiring, as I know we're philosophers, we love to go in depth, but we are going to try to get through them. So first up.
Okay, this has to do with expert opinion and its use. I love expert opinion. I think that we have so much available. We should avail ourselves of peer review information whenever we can. But my question has to do with what we should do with it. Teaching an ethics course several years ago, I said, hey, I want to know what how much of my life is taken away because I drive the freeways of Southern California. I look up the Caltrans statistics, and it was, as I recall, 2.2 years I sacrificed because I like to drive. That is information that I put in my head, and maybe it made me drive a little more safely, but it didn't make me stay home. Second illustration is I have a couple of relatives. One of them weighs more than I think that person should, and I don't know just how to bring that up. I have another relative who smokes. She is a fragile social and mental health, and my wife, she is more direct in talking about that with this relative than I feel that I should, because I want to be more understanding. She's intelligent. She weighs everything. My point, and I want you to react to it, is yes, let's take the expert opinion, but it's a value judgment which we should prize for one another in using that within certain realms of decency.
Yeah.
What do you think?
You mean as in our position as experts, or?
No. We're availing ourselves of the expert opinion of others, and then what do we do with that opinion that has that has to do with our lifestyle?
Yeah. I think I think it's complicated. I mean, and I want to go back to this problem, right? Just to find out what proper expertise is. I challenge anyone just to properly figure out what is going on in the world of nutrition science. I mean, there are so many contradictory ideas about how much protein, how little protein, what type of zone to exercise, so far. I mean, people all over. It is really extremely difficult to know what to do. And in those situations, the question of who are the experts and who do we follow? And sometimes I think as many other conditions of life have tragic dimensions. I think sometimes having a paralysis of whom to follow and what to follow is just a part of being of that world. Now, when it comes to connect other people to expertise, I think it is very analogous. I don't know if in my mind it's analogous to the idea that when people say you have to tell the truth, I have no idea what truth telling means. I have no idea what it means. Should I be the one who says it? Should my wife say it? Should I say it today or in a week? Should I say it incrementally or everything in the face? So again, this is where phronesis and practical wisdom, figuring out who are the stakeholders, who is the best communicator. It will differ from situation to situation. So I don't know that your question is something that can be answered outside of a specific context where this adjudication and making judgments. We need to figure out in this particular instance what should be done. And I don't know.
No, but my main point was a person can appreciate knowledge, good knowledge, expertise, And it's another thing what one does with it, a value judgment in regard to what you do with it.
Yeah. But this is the idea, right? This is where we have the combination of epistemic responsibility and moral responsibility. And if this is where this account of culpability comes in, right? If you have knowledge and you know that doing that one thing would really, well, then you need to explain yourself why you were doing it. And we need to repent and change and go to AA meetings, whatever we need, right? It might be a matter of addiction, it might be a matter of weakness of will, which Aristotle writes about in Community Ethics. It can be many, many factors. But I think that being a responsible human being means at the very least, okay, I'm not doing it. Perhaps at this moment I cannot do it, but let me see how I can become the person who can start doing it. I think that is what honesty in my mind.
Wonderful. Yeah.
Good. I'll tell you, I really enjoyed this paper. I don't know if you remember when you gave the paper last year about epistemology. I said I'd really like to hear more about social epistemology, and lo and behold, you've come out with that. So I appreciate that, the social dimension of epistemic discipline you talk about. So I want to plant a seed for next year. To talk about. I think there's a very important connection between expertise, and that's what most of your paper has been about. So I think you see the connection between expertise and social epistemology. And your respondent suggested there's kind of a tension, if not a trade-off, between self-government and democracy and expertise. But from my perspective, in thinking about government and republicanism, and I'm going to be preaching about our pioneers and their views of republicanism this Sabbath, and it really relates to this, is that expertise is the manner, if it's handled correctly, is the manner in which self-government or republican forms of government provide guidance to the people. And this would be an expertise that is we run universities, we run certification programs. I don't think it's an accident that currently we are seeing rather direct attacks on our system of self-governments and republicanism and expertise at the same time, right? The systems of expertise we have, which are imperfect and so on and so forth and have their shortcomings, at least are ways in which the community organizes its resources and designates certain individuals to rise above, and trying to invoke Ron's paper here, rise above self-interest. Like we don't run our public health systems based on what our pharmaceutical companies say, because we think there's going to be self-interest there. But the government is meant to be run in the public interest. And I think there's a very important connection between expertise, the community, and self-governance that needs to be explored, and in fact is really a kind of crisis question that we're facing now as a community, and very, very deeply relevant. And maybe you can both comment on that because you both touched on it.
I think he might speak this a bit better. I just want to say something that I really resonated with Micah. I have to say personally, quite honestly, that as I was reading this paper, actually, at some points I began to recoil, right? Because immediately I'm hearing, Emerson and self-reliance and this importance of, I mean, for me, who by nature is more individualistic, that kind of discourse is much, much closer than this, wanting to give heavy kind of deference, right? But I wanted to wrestle with this idea. What is the question of authority? What is this concept phenomenologically? And recognizing authority for me was always allowing yourself that something about you be overridden, whatever that is. Now, what you're talking about is great questions, and I really need to think a bit more about it, but thank you, and I will see if I can submit a proposal in that regard. But thank you, this is very nice.
Yeah, thanks. I don't have too much to add other than I think I agree with you in principle that it seems like a kind of Republican ideal can and should be compatible with something like experts, and maybe
not just compatible, but mutually reinforcing if you thought it was a fuller, a better form of self-government that was informed. And that, you know, an analogy with the person was like, you know, had a kind of perceptual capacity, so knew what the world was like before they were making decisions about it. And I'm reminded of an example, I think it's in a book by Masha Gessen, I'm trying to forget, but about how basically by the end of near the end of the Cold War, Gessen argues that American social scientists understood the Soviet Union much better than people in the Soviet Union were able to do, because in particular things like sociology and other forms of social science had been so gutted that they didn't know lots of basic facts, and so they were acting with a lack of self, you know, their level of intelligence about themselves was less than outsiders. And so it seems like that kind of, I mean, that wasn't a Republican ideal. I'm not saying that was Republicanism, but it just shows that if you do want a kind of Republican ideal or democratic self-government, you should be interested in knowledge as well. And some of that knowledge is going to have to come from experts, I think. So I hold out the hope or something like that. But it does, I guess I also think that Lippmann and others are not wrong about something about the way the mechanisms that this actually works, how decision making works, and that, you know, a lot of times who's actually taking a decision, and the way a general thing gets specified and made concrete, and the way all of the machinery of collective decision making and action happen in large, modern, complex things can sometimes seem to throw a wrench in the works of, you know, something is sort of inserting itself between something like collective practical wisdom and then the power of expertise or something. So it feels to me a real worry, but hopefully a solvable one.
Thank you. All right, so we have just a few more minutes. So I'm going to let you ask your question, but please keep in mind for brevity whether or not we will get the last question.
I very much appreciated the emphasis on the necessity of trust in getting knowledge. And when we look at the epistemic faculties, it is basically one that is external of ourselves. So while we have limited capacity for complete skepticism in regard to our senses, for example, we have an almost unlimited ability to be skeptical of others. And I wonder if that does not present kind of an edge case of epistemology, like Descartes' demon, where you have a complete collapse, a generalized collapse of trust in a society where it leads to everyone being a complete trust skeptic.
Yeah. I mean, sadly, that is possible, right? I mean, sadly, the way we don't only have life suffering, we have horrendous evil that belies whole speech and belies easy solutions. So we also have circumstances in probably completely totalitarian societies where that is taking place. I think it was really, and sadly I forgot now the work. I didn't think I would talk about it, but it was once in a New York Review book. It was about a book that talked about the way people were imprisoned and tortured during the Cultural Revolution in China. And when you read that, there was no possibility of inward migration where you can have inner resistance. Because in many situations, you would be tortured, not until you assented to a particular politics, but until the torturers were convinced that you really believed in it. You needed to convince them that you are buying completely into the Cultural Revolution. In that kind of circumstance, this kind of language
falls to pieces. But I would say that also the ordinary language of divine discipline or growth through suffering or usual pastoral care completely falls apart in conditions of horrendous evil, right? Where the silence is the only response. So yeah, I think it is hypothetically and perhaps even realistically to imagine situations where that can happen. And Mike can also imagine many gradations on the way to that can take place. And I would say that the Bible would talk about this, the rulership of principalities and powers. That is what the fallen world can be. And yeah, I think that is the tragedy of human fall. Yeah, embodied in systems. Yeah.
Let's have a hand again for our respondent. Thank you so much to both of you for what has been an utterly stimulating and exciting conversation to listen to and to participate in. All right. 2 points that I want to mention. And feel free from anyone on my team if there's something else you want to add to this before we are done. One, I want to say how grateful I am for the opportunity I had to be president of the society leading up to our conference this year. And I'm really happy about the amazing experience and the papers that we have had. So thank you to those who have submitted and came and presented. And thank you to our speakers, and a big thank you to the team that has made today possible, whether that be Marina, Rebecca, whether it be Greg, whether it be Daniel, whether it be Roy or Daryl. Everyone who has made this possible has put in immense work. The positions have titles. The titles do not reveal who is doing the work to make everything happen. It is completely a team effort, and you should celebrate them like rock stars. I do. With that said, we do have a final tradition that we do, and that is the photo, where we all get together and take a photograph of us as a society. And then after that, there is, again, another tradition, which is the business meeting taking place tomorrow, disguised in the Adventist Society for Religious Studies meetings as the philosophy section.
4 p.m.
At 4 p.m. Okay, and there's not a room that is listed there for it specifically. There's like 3 rooms listed for the other sections, like 306, 309, I think. So it's in the 300s that they're going to have that there at 4 p.m. and we will meet together. But the other tradition, of course, is we leave. But before we do that, let's get a photograph together. And Marina, where do you think we should take it? As a group, right?
Right here.
Right here? All right, so we'll ask everybody come out to the front and we'll line up.